Okay guys, welcome to the feed. We had a short intro there at the beginning just to get everybody psyched up for what's coming. So we're going to go ahead and get started tonight. Tonight we are running level 4 missions. Our special guest is Acid Burn 00. He's going to be running in a Proteus doing short range damage tonight. I am still in my Ishtar, and apparently we're getting a little bit of feedback here. So we're going to adjust out just a hair, because we're actually running in the same room tonight, so you'll just have to bear with us while we get all this adjusted. But here we go. There we go. That ought to take care of that, hopefully. Yep. So I want to give a shout out to Shep, SESKAF. I don't know exactly how you would say that, but welcome to the room. I keep adjusting down here until we get rid of this double echo. It's because we're both in the same room. It's going to be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, we're only about 8 feet from each other, so mics are going to be picking each other up, unfortunately, until we get all this sorted out.
We're still adjusting and trying to get this, but it looks like we're finally about adjusted right to where this should stop for the most part. We are going to have a little bit, and we'll just have to deal with that. So here we go. We are both ready to go. I need to get our fleet set up. So let me get this configured here. Here we go. Our first mission tonight is Gone Berserk. Let's see how well we do with sentries and close range damage.
Get my watch list set up here so I can keep an eye on you. Gone Berserk is against EOM. They do about 70% kinetic damage and about 30% thermal. My resists right now on this Proteus are 91% kinetic and 81% thermal. That's all passive. The only active hardener I am running is an EM, just in case we run into anything that has that type of damage. And then I also have an explosive sitting in the hangar just in case I need to swap out to that for a later mission.
Yep, so okay, I'm sitting outside the station now.
I am a heck of a ways off the station already.
Okay. We do apparently have to go through a gate, so we're going to have to go that way first. So I'm going to go ahead and warp the squad directly into 0 on that gate. That way we can just jump right in. And as you can see, the only objectives we have on this particular mission tonight are just to kill all of the fanatics. Killing fanatics seems to be a worldwide thing right now, so we might as well enjoy it while we're in Eve as well. While we're getting to this gate, I'm going to go ahead and get my Facebook and stuff set up and let everybody know that we're out here running tonight. If you don't have me on Facebook, you're more than welcome to send me a private message and I'll get you added. Otherwise, you can just subscribe to us here on Twitch. You can also send us live tweets at CTV99Live, and those will show up live in the feed, and then you can see yourself or see your own messages right up there on the feed. And you're more than welcome to do that so long as it's not explicit.
I'm already through the gate and waiting.
Okay, I'm just now jumping through. Now that we're here, we're just going to jump right into this encounter.
This may take me a little bit to get used to. I have not flown this ship in probably about 6 months, so it may take me a few guys to get all my controls down and used to again.
So here we go. Let's see who all we've got in here. Looks like I still don't have anybody on my feed, so I've got to get all these guys added.
Yep, I don't have them either.
They are EOM, so we've got 6 guys out here. These guys are going to come in waves, as I recall. As we destroy each one, then we will get a new wave in. They are already starting to lock me up, so I'm going to go ahead and launch out my long range sentries, which are the Warden 2s. And they are actually already firing. They are, however, not killing the cruisers. They are apparently locked onto the battleships, which is fine, because the cruisers are actually the trigger in this particular mission. So if they want to go ahead and take out the battleships, that is perfectly fine by me.
I am already speeding off towards the battleship on the right. Unfortunately, they are 70k out. I do have an afterburner on this setup, but it still only limits me to 600 meters a second, and considering I am blaster fit, it's going to take me a while to get out to these ships.
That is where sentries are very nice and can allow me to start hammering damage in before he can even get there. We've already taken out one of the Hydras, so we're doing good that way. We're going to go ahead and try to take out the third one as well. And then we'll start taking out the cruisers. We do not, however, want to take out everything all at once, just due to the fact that we are using sentries, and that would cause an overload of the amount of people in here.
I'm out here on this cruiser on the right, so I'm going to go ahead and start hitting him and start getting the spawns that come from him taken care of as well. I'm going to go ahead and launch hammerheads in order to deal some extra damage. I do also have ECM drones on me. I have a full set of tracking disruptor drones, since these guys do have guns on them.
Sorry, I just can't stand playing Eve with the lights on, so I had to go turn those off. And as you can see, we've already got another wave in, so we're just going to keep pounding through these guys. And like I said, the waves just keep coming. As fast as we're pounding through them, though, it should not be a real issue. If I'd quit locking up wrecks, that would be really handy.
Now, if anybody's actually watching my my ship on CTV's watch list there, you will see that I am going down through shields. This is an armor tank. I do have 2 sets of reppers on here, so I am perfectly fine at this moment anyway.
And I'm going to go ahead and keep taking out guys here. I'll switch to that Hydra here in just a second and take him out, but I thought I'd help you with another Death Knight before we got to that point.
I am bouncing off these buildings at the moment, so I'm kind of... Luckily, I am using T2 null ammo, So I do have the added range, which is nice at this point, considering everything seems to be sitting a ways off from me.
I'm just a little disappointed in the payout on this one. Most of the battleships are just right at 500k. I'm used to them being quite a bit higher. So I'm not 100% liking the new layout of Eve and their new payouts. They're not quite as good as they used to be, which is not all bad, but it is also not all good either.
This mission does pay out better on the last wave or last two waves, but yes, the payout is still been lowered on a lot of their missions.
And I see we just got another subscriber. Thank you very much for subscribing. It does let us know that we're at least doing something that you enjoy. And if that is the case, we are very glad to have extra subscribers. That does let you know when we are broadcasting, which we're trying to do one feed a night of at least 4 or 5 missions at a time, just to try to give you something fun to watch while maybe you're out mining, or if you're just wanting to learn about Eve in general. As you can see, I just switched to my ogres since these guys are getting fairly close. I'm not sure they're actually doing any more damage than what my wardens were. Actually, I'm thinking they're doing a little bit less damage.
I need to, if you could, there are 2 frigates out here. They do have me webbed.
I actually didn't even see them. Give me just a second.
I didn't see them either until they locked me down.
I will start locking them up, and then I will go ahead and pop them for you. I've switched my sentries over onto them, and they should be dying here relatively shortly. If I can hit them.
Finish off this Hydra here, and they have just changed off of me. I don't know if they are on any drones or whatnot, so you may want to watch that.
Nope, they have come directly at me, so now that they're coming at me, I'm going to go ahead and return my sentries and drop out some lights, and I am going to go ahead and just pound these guys down. I also have a autocannon, so we're going to use that as well to go ahead and add some extra damage. You'll see that now these guys should just drop fairly quickly, and then this will not be a real issue. Okay, now that they're gone, we can go ahead and get our guards back out. Actually, I think I will just get my wardens back out because they were actually doing more damage, even at close range, than my guards were even thinking about doing. Now we're starting to get some guys that are actually worth something. We just got a Death Lord worth 1 million ISK.
If this mission pays out to the old standards as it used to, the total payout after the mission was complete was 10.5 million in bounties alone. And then if you salvaged it and collected all the loot, you would of course get more than that.
Now, as you can see, we're both trying to keep on to the same guys here, just to keep our damage up. The reason we want to keep our damage up in this particular instance is so that we can take out these battleships just that much faster. The faster we can take them out, the faster we can complete this, the faster we can move on to the next mission. And I could be broadcasting the target to try to help with that, but generally we have them all locked up and we can just see which one's taking damage.
Since I generally have to fly from ship to ship, it is a little easier for me to be able to choose the target and just start putting some damage on it, because that way I don't have to fly 50k to a ship he's shooting at.
But in the same regard, that allows me to take out the ship that's further away without having to wait for him to get in on top of it. As you can see, his shields are completely gone already. You can see his armor every once in a while tick a little bit in red, but he's not actually taking enough damage to actually be hurt at this point. Because he is cruiser class, these battleships are not doing near the damage they would have been doing to him if he was in a battleship.
I just turned off my reppers. As I said before, this Proteus setup that I have is dual rep, so they do 480 hit points repaired every 9 seconds. And if you are smart, you generally stagger those, so this way you will have the 480 every 4.5 seconds or so. And I do have a T2 web fit on here as well, considering that even though this null ammo gives a 20% bonus to my tracking speed, it always helps to web them down to give me a little more of an advantage.
And at the same time that he's webbing them down for his own advantage, he's making it to where my sentries hit that much harder. When he has a web on, my sentries hit over 300. When he does not have a web on, we're only hitting as high as about 230 and 240. So I actually do get an advantage as well when he is webbing a particular one.
Now I have 50 kilometers to each of these last 2 battleships, so CTV will probably have these dead before I can even get within firing range.
I am doing just a little bit more DPS than he's doing tonight, and because I can do it at extreme range, I don't have to move. As you've seen so far tonight, I have not actually left the position that I warped into when we got to this. Now, for those of you who are new to Twitch, you'll have to bear with me. I don't necessarily see you on the viewer list when you show up. Twitch is a little bit slow in letting me know who's actually here and who's actually watching. So if I don't give you a shout out in local or in the feed here, you're more than welcome to just X up in the room and I will give you a shout out. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to NZLKRNI. Welcome to the chat. And we also have Zephyr06. I want to welcome you to the chat as well. Hope you enjoy the feed tonight. As you can see, we've completed this mission. So at this point, we want to go ahead and save our bookmark like we have been in the previous nights. I will be transferring that over to AcidBurn00 via our corporate bookmarks. And then he can go clean this up while I get the next one loaded and ready and we see what it's going to be. Just a second here to get that one in. That is in. We're going to go ahead and pick up our sentries and then return to our primary system.
And you will have to kick a salvager over to me as I don't have mine out here.
Can he use Tech 2 tractor beams or not?
He can use Tech 2 everything.
Okay, so we're all good then.
His Noctis is actually set up with Tech 2 salvagers and Tech 2 tractor beams, so...
I was just too lazy to go put the Tech 2s back on it for the salvagers. The tractor beams, however, it does have already. So this one was a low pay mission, and as soon as we get our tick from Eve, I will show you what we actually made with this split two-way. Because we were both in the room the entire time, we both are going to receive the exact same share, less our corporate tax. Both of us are in the exact same corporation, so because of that, that does mean that our corporation will be taking 10% of our cut on this, which is not a real big deal to us as we do this quite regularly. We're going to go ahead and dock up here.
Warp drive active.
There's our station.
I see you still have all of last night's Twitter chatter scrolling across the bottom of the feed.
Yep, all of the Twitter chatter stays. It does not fall off until there have been more than 10 additional Twitter feed posts. So if you would like to push some of this junk off for me, you guys, you are more than welcome to hit me up at hashtag CTV99Live and just pop in a message. I do tend to read them or answer them if they are questions. If you do have questions, you're more than welcome to ask in either the chat room or via Twitter. At either point, we will try to answer those or give you any kind of assistance that we can. So let me go ahead and get him a ship so he can go ahead and go out here. So I do need to do a trade here real quick. As soon as it will let me. Apparently, it is going to be a pain in the butt tonight. Do you want to initiate the trade?
There you go.
And we're going to go ahead and give him a salvager. We do call ours the salvage whore. It's because that's exactly what she is. She is a salvage whore. And she is going to go pick up everything that we had out there. We're going to go ahead and wait for the tick here. It should be happening any moment. And then we'll get this turned in. Get off my corporation wallet here and back to my private wallet. As you can see, player trading does not actually cost you anything. It is perfectly free inside of Eve, and that is one of the very nice things about player trading. Contracts, however, if you're doing contracts back and forth, they will cost you 10,000 ISK per contract. That's nothing much. You can go to any 0.7 and make that in a couple of belt rats. As our time is rolling off here, we're going to see if it will just tick over. If it doesn't, I'm going to go ahead and just complete it and get this on to the next mission.
And I will try to give you an accurate estimate of the amount of salvage that we get from this. I didn't realize till after I undocked that we still have all the salvage in the Noctis from yesterday, so...
Yeah, I was wondering where that went. I was looking for it earlier when I was hauling stuff around. I never bothered to look in the ship, but, you know.
It's all still there, all 87 million worth.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and start up the next one here and see what we're going to get. We got Intercept the Saboteurs. It's about the same level as the one we just did. However, we do have to pick up confiscated viral agents. This one is against the Serpentis, so they're going to be doing thermal and kinetic damage to us. To either one of us, we have very high resistances to that because we were flying Tech 2 Galente ships, and he's actually flying a Tech 3, so he has even higher resistances than I do to those two. The payout is not all that good, but that also means that it is going to be a very fast level 4. So once he's done salvaging, we'll go ahead and accept that because it only has a 2 hour and 38 minute timer set. And because of that, we don't want to burn that all the way down. There's going to be just a minute here, and then he should be done with that salvage because there were not that many ships in there.
If you want to go ahead and start, you can. I can just meet you up there after I get this ship finished up and docked up.
We'll give you just a minute. One of the things I was talking about the other day, and I'll reiterate today, is that if the other person in your fleet is not in the system or is not in the room while you are firing, they do not get credit on the bounty payout. They do go ahead and get credit when you turn in the mission, and they do get their fair share of loyalty points. However, in all fairness, I do try to wait and make sure that everybody can get in. It does tend to make things a little bit easier and a little bit more enjoyable for everybody. One thing I don't want to do is pull ISK away from somebody who actually needs it. In what we're doing right now, we're actually missioning for Plex. We both happen to need a few Plex this month, so we are just pounding through these. That's why we're actually taking the time to go back and salvage right now. It's a little bit of a dead space on the feed, but it does allow us to talk about a few other things that are going on. And if you guys will bear with me, I'm going to move my webcam here just a little bit because I am not looking at it as I'm trying to keep my mic from bouncing off of his. So let me get this moved here. There we go. That should help just a little bit. But we're just trying to keep that our mics from bouncing off of each other here. And I see that we actually have a whole bunch of new people now that I've refreshed my screen. We also have Golden Disco Ball. I want to welcome you to the feed. We also have McTuff in the feed. And we have SendLinks D. I want to welcome you to the feed tonight as well. I do appreciate all of you guys tuning in. If you haven't subscribed, I would love it if you would. That just lets me know that I'm doing a good job and that you guys are enjoying this feed. It also does let you know when we go live. Now, just as a heads up for all of you guys that are in here, tomorrow night we will be doing a feed on Warframe. It was a request by one of the viewers on my second night of broadcasting that we do a review of that and we get some gameplay footage up of that. I want to go ahead and welcome Daedalus005 to the room. I do appreciate you coming in. We are just waiting on him to finish salvaging up. That should be here in the next couple of minutes. And then we will get moving right along to the next mission. But like I said, tomorrow night we will be doing Warframe. We're going to do probably a 2-hour run just to get through some missions and kind of show you what that beta is like. I am not big into the first-person shooter betas that I have seen. This one, however, does have a lot of very nice features and very nice graphical layout. I'm not so much for the menus that are in it, but I do actually like the gameplay. It does remind me of Black Ops and Call of Duty and Modern Warfare as well, and how the guns handle that you have and how your scoping works. It is in the third-person view on the view that I have mine set on, and that tends to work out very, very well with the way they have it set. As you can see, it looks like we just got our tick in, so let's see how good we did. We only got about 5.35, almost 5.4 million, so that would have been, between the two of us, that would have been just a hair over 11 by the time you take corporate taxes into account. We did lose $538,000 to our corporate tax. Like I said, we're at a 10% tax. That is so that our corporation can stay afloat. Our corporation does have a POS, therefore it is fairly expensive right now to get ice and other things that we need to keep that going. We're not doing much mining right now as we are missioning, and that should balance out the same as actually mining. As you can see, it says we killed 3 EOM Crusaders, 6 Death Knights, 9 Hydras, 3 Death Lords, 3 ogres and 2 saboteurs for that payout. Now, Eve used to, back in the day, actually give you a full rundown list. They no longer do that as it was taking up too much room in their SQL database. I actually kind of miss that because I used to have a piece of software that I had written that allowed me to see all of those counts, and then I could see how many ships I was actually killing with a running tally of who was my top killed ship. I would love to be able to do that again, but however, with the way they do it now, you can't.
Just cleaning the last of these up right now and trying to get all these cans emptied out, and then I will be on my way back.
Apparently I have a squeaky chair tonight as well. We did a little bit more rearranging, and now my room has a little bit more of an echo in it. We'll be dealing with that in the next few days as well to try to cut that out. But we just finally moved a second machine into my office, so we're actually sitting side by side here tonight playing instead of doing this over the web like we normally do. It's just a little bit more fun when somebody else is actually sitting in the room with you, because if all hell hits the fan, you can scream and they already know you're dying. So.
If they're awake and paying attention.
We can always hope that he's actually staying awake over there.
Back before they changed these missions to where they're a little more dynamic like they are now, they used to be pretty monotonous. I would fly a rattlesnake quite often, and I used to just be able to fly into the room, fire my missiles at one ship, get everybody in the room firing at me, and then launch drones and literally walk away. I can come back an hour later and the whole room would be dead, and then I can just pick up my drones and fly back to grab a salvaging ship. But since they have changed the missions now, where the mission rats will actually change targets, you cannot do that because you would lose all your drones before you even came back from grabbing a sandwich. So we did get 22 million in salvage off of that. We were at 87 in this cargo hold, and that was yesterday's haul. It is now up to 109 million, so that would be 22 million that we have hauled in on just that one mission, and we're getting ready to run another. I may have to find some place to store all this, though, as the Noctis is starting to run out of room.
You should be able just to dump it into your bay for now, and then we'll just keep going.
I do have my Orca here, so... Oh, no, that's on my other account. I can't even dump it into there. Shoot.
When you dock up, I will get you a hauler that I have here, and you can just toss it in there.
Okay, I just docked, so...
I did manage to bring a hauler over today so that I could haul things back and forth relatively quickly back to our home station. There we go. We've got that taken care of, and now I'm going to go ahead and accept this mission. It is in the next system over, so it's not going to take us very long to get there and get started. We're going to go ahead and reopen up our mission so you can see when we've actually completed it. Like I told you before, this should not take very long. The longest part of this mission will actually be flying to whichever can it is to pick up the 60 confiscated viral agents.
If I remember right on this, it is the last ship that is killed, so a lot of times it is easiest to just leave a small frigate or someone close to you until the last, and then just pop them and pick up the can and fly away.
I do see that you're already out here, so that is awesome, and I'm going to go ahead and warp us into the gate.
Warp drive active.
want to welcome Gorax Rogue to the channel here. He just logged in. We are just starting our second mission of the night. We are headed to... where are we headed to? We're just headed to the next system over to get this started. For those of you just joining, you are more than welcome to hit us up on Twitter. It's hashtag CTV99Live. If you post something, I will gladly read it out loud over the feed, as long as it's not too terribly bad. We have had a couple of posts that I've had to have removed, but nothing real bad so far. Now we're going to go ahead and jump into this Dead Space location. We're going to go ahead and warp our whole squad in.
Warp drive active.
Yes, because there are a lot of us here.
Yep, all two of us do constitute quite a few people. I can still remember doing all these in just a regular Brutix and not actually being able to, stay in the room the entire time and have to warp out. It is quite a change once you have enough skill points set up that you can stay for quite a while, or you can stay just until it's over, even solo, just collecting all that money in a faster manner. As you can see, we just got on the gate, and we already have people here ready to shoot at us, which I'm okay with.
And I have to get everybody added to this overview.
So I just took aggro from the whole group. My drones are already on their way to start killing them. They are just frigates and destroyers, so this is not going to take very long.
Yep, especially once I can get a web on them, they seem to go pop pretty quick.
Go ahead and save that location to our corporation folder here. And then get our drones back in, and then we're going to go ahead and go through this gate. There we go, and away through the gate we go. Want to welcome Tinty to the room, also the Alpha 311. Hope you guys enjoy the feed tonight. We're on our second mission already. We are just trying to pound through these just as quickly as we can, while we're also salvaging at the same time. So there is a little bit of a delay while we're salvaging and trying to get everything caught up. As you can see, this room is quite full of people. So we're going to go ahead and start locking up the frigates here, and we're going to start popping them with our long-range sentries.
I am still trying to make sure I got everybody on my overview. As I said before, I did not have this account fully set up on my overview settings before we started. So I'm still trying to make sure that I have everybody in these rooms added on here before I start flying around killing.
I want to go ahead and welcome Ails Rock. I probably said that wrong, but welcome to the room anyway. I hope you enjoy the feed tonight.
I'm going to start burning off into this group on the right here, as they're the closest ones to me, and start working on these cruisers and battleships.
I am still taking out all the frigates. There are quite a few in this room. As I continue to pop them, it gets a whole lot easier. They are at long range, so they're not able to actually hit my sentries yet, which is part of the reason I want to get them off the overview. I do need them gone as fast as we can get through them, just to make sure that I am not taking any excess damage from them. I've still got some that are out of range that I can't actually hit, and that is just kind of how that goes.
Oh, they are doing some damage to my drones, so I'm going to have to recall them and fight without them for a second. Apparently, I have just got a whole bunch of the frigs locked up on me, and that's what was taking out my drones. So I will wait until I have all of them locked on me and started firing before I launch them again in order to try to minimize any switching of targets from them, from the NPCs from me onto my drones. Try to be able to leave them out as long as possible. Do have a good number of frigs, cruisers, and battleships shooting at me right now.
Yep, I see your shield starting to go way, way down. Want to go ahead and welcome Elf Loren to the room. We appreciate you joining us tonight and hope you enjoy the feed. We are just pounding through, like I said, our second mission. We still have some guys at a pretty good range. They are starting to come in now that he's gotten in closer. So we're going to go ahead and start getting those locked up. I am having a harder time hitting the frigates tonight. My guards do not hit them as well, but when they do hit, they do quite a bit of damage, and we tend to be able to take them out fairly quickly. But I am on frigate duty while he is flying around taking care of some of the other ships that are out there, because he's able to get in close and get them webbed down so he can keep up with them. The frigs, however, do a little bit more damage to him and to his drones, so while I can sit back, I will be the one who is killing them.
Yep, and I have to recall drones again because I am just about to lose a T2 medium. He got back just in time, so I saved that drone, and that will save me about 250,000 ISK. As you can see on the watch list there on the left side of your screen, just above the chat window, I do have no shields. This is an armor tank, though, so there really is no need to worry. I do have dual reps on here for all you new people, so this ship will be able to take a pretty heavy beating before I would have to leave. It is a T3, so it does have very high resistances, especially to the damage types that are being dealt here from Serpentis.
Elf Loren was asking whether or not I had omnidirectionals on my ship. I do not, actually, and that is due to for tank reasons. I wanted to make sure that I had a nice omni-fit tank. This particular tank can handle about 1200 DPS, and it's all passive. It actually does not even cost me any capacitor usage, and because of that, I could be completely webbed and scrammed out, and I would still be able to fire. I'm using Minmatar guns that use no power, so that makes sure that I can continue to go.
Okay, if we want the viral agent to drop, it is in these transport ships. I can either kill them now or drag them to you.
I would just drag them back if you can. I'm already working on some of the battleships.
Alright, I will just set approach to you since they are attacking me. These transports do have guns on them, but they don't really do a whole lot of damage. I'm just flying right around through the middle of all these guys that are headed right to you.
They do happen to be dying on their way in, which is quite nice. Now, on a side note, when I am in low sec, I do have quite a few omnidirectionals on my carrier. I actually do a very long-range snipe fit carrier. I'm able to blow through some of the -1 complexes in a little under 15 minutes. That carrier is set up to be able to do that. Tinty is asking for a game invite. Is that your name in Eve, or do you have a different name when you're in Eve? You'd just like to be able to try it. Well, give me just a second and I will get you an invite up. Give me just a second.
Right now, all I'm doing is just kiting in these transports just to try to get them closer so he doesn't have to fly as far to grab that viral agent that he needs for the mission. And I just ran into you, actually, so...
Oh, I see that. I'm not actually paying attention. I just killed one while I'm trying to get logged in over here to get what he was requesting.
Yep, your drones are still shooting them, so, and they are fairly close enough now. I just finished off the last one, and now all you have to do is grab the can that is in the last wreck. It's only about 6,800 meters from you, so should be a quick flight.
Okay, sorry that took so long. Let me get over here. Here is your link. That will get you a 21-day trial of EVE Online, and you are more than welcome to ask for help from any of the characters that you happen to see in this feed. We have had multiple characters in this feed. At this point, we are on our third full character that you've been able to see. We will have some more characters as we go. We do have other players that we can bring in. Tomorrow night, once we're done with our Warframe review, we'll probably be back online with a few extra people, and we'll see if we can't get through some of this stuff just a little bit faster. We hope to have a dedicated salvager by that point, up and running. Which actually, for all intensive purposes, 00, you could actually log in 99 and have him be doing salvaging while we're running through this. But I do need to go ahead and save a link in here. So that we have another link. And what I'm needing to check here are my corporate links. We do have a W4 and a W5 now, so they are in here. So we can go ahead and head back to our home system where we are running our missions out of and get this one turned in. Now, as soon as we turn it in, the complex itself will be destroyed, and no one will be able to get to it. They would actually have to scan down the wrecks themselves to actually steal them. As it is a complex right now, it is much easier to scan down than it is to scan down an individual set of wrecks. So we like to go ahead and pop the complexes as fast as we can so that they are off and we can go back in and pick up all of our items.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get 99 loaded in here. Logged in. It seems like my second thing for Eve just quit responding.
That's the way that goes sometimes too. Multi-account does not always work. It works most of the time, but not always. For you new guys who haven't actually played yet, I'm clicking here on the Agent Missions section. If you click on that, it will automatically show you where you need to go, or you can set a destination to where you guys are going to, or you can just dock up where you need to be. And I'm using that to dock tonight so I can get back. Tenty's asking how long we have actually been playing. As we discussed last night, I've been playing a little over 6.5 years on this particular account, and he's been playing a little over 7 years on his older account that he has. This one that he's on tonight is just a hair over 5 years old, and it is still a very, very well-trained account for what it does.
Yes, this account that I'm on right now can fly. I actually do have as you've seen here, the T3, the Proteus. It is fully maxed out. I can also fly a Loki as well, which is the Minmatar version of this. So he is fully versed in Galente and Minmatar ships. So he also has almost maxed drone skills as well as almost maxed shield and armor skills. So he is pretty well versed in about anything I would like. The only thing he cannot fly is a capital ship.
Now we're going to stop and take a break real quick so we can get some drinks. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Please don't leave. Like I said, we will be right back. We just need to take a break here for just a minute and get a couple of drinks. We have been talking for a little bit over an hour straight here, and I did not bring a drink to my desk tonight. So if you guys will excuse us for just a minute, we will be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about the delay on that. I did get my drink. I've got two nice, very large bottles of H2O. They are not H2O2, otherwise I would be dead for you chemists out there. So we're going to go ahead and start the next one here. This one is Stop the Thief. So this one pays about the same as what we've been getting tonight. It's actually, I'm noticing that our loyalty points are starting to go down per mission, which is a little bit annoying, but that does mean that soon we should see a very high paying one. They do not always stay low. This one's a little bit lower because we're going into a 1.0, which means there's not going to be very many people there. The only thing we have to pick up in this one is a single report. So the last guy we kill is going to have a report that we need, and we're just going to get right on into this. I'm going to accept that one, and then I'm going to get our mission brought up here. And then I am going to go ahead and repair my drones. I did not do this the last time. I should have, because I had one that was damaged. You can manually repair them yourself. I do have a repper on my ship, but that would take too much time. And for the whopping 600 ISK, it is not worth the time waste for this feed. So we're going to go ahead and get going here.
I'm going to go ahead and let you get started without me, since I am trying to get 2 accounts running around right now. It is taking me a bit to salvage because I am trying to get another pilot over here in order to run the salvager for us, so this way I won't have to switch ships.
Now, I personally would be running 2 accounts, but with trying to encode the stream to my drive and to Twitch, it does take a little bit extra processing power. I'm running an i7-980X, and I'm currently sitting at about 65% of my CPU usage. So I don't want to really try to risk adding another one and making the feed degrade. I'm trying to make sure that we keep a very high quality feed and that we are making sure that we can give you the utmost best quality while we are playing. So we are running that on a second 980X, so he should be okay with running 2 accounts without any issues. It's just getting it set up so that he's ready to go. This is kind of a last-minute decision to add in a second account on that machine, just so that we can continue to pound through missions a little bit faster. This will allow us to not stop the feed and wait. We will be able to continue on while that second account on the second system is doing all of the salvaging for us. Well, I'm here now. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the encounter here. That'll make me the primary target, which will be fine. I should be able to handle this one without any problems, being as it is only 1600 LP. I do base most of my damage on what I'm going to expect to see on the amount of LP that I get in the mission. The higher the LP that you receive, the higher the LP, the more you're going to take damage. So that's just kind of the way that goes.
Yeah, general rule of thumb is the higher the LP that the payout is, the more ships that are going to be in there. So generally the higher your bounty payouts will be and the more damage you are going to be receiving.
And Zillion, you're right. The second account will be using less of your processes. However, I have enough other open windows that I do not really right now want to have to mess with that. As you can see, I'm already starting to take damage from the first guy that's out here. I'm going to get my short-range sentries out because it is a battleship, and I will just take him down before the other ones can get within range. And then we'll switch to long range, and we'll start taking them out as well. Now, this is all mercenaries, so they're going to be doing some explosive damage to me. My shields are not quite effective against that as well as they should be, but I should be able to take out everything here without any problems. As you're seeing, I'm taking out this mercenary overlord without any real problems whatsoever, and that is just how we like to have it. Now, we did just get in a whole nother stack of guys directly on top of me.
Which, when you are running sentries, that is not a good thing.
No, that is not. However, they are all locking me instead of my sentries, so that is a very good thing, and that will keep me moving along tonight without any problems. But as you can see, I'm already starting to take some shield damage. I am shield tanked, so that means that if my shields get too low, I will have to leave. I will not have a choice in that matter. We are trying to take out the frigates that are on top. I am webbed way down. I have 3 guys on top of me webbing, so I need to return my sentries and go ahead and get them taken out. Actually, I have 4 of them now that are webbing me, So I need to very, very quickly here get on top of these little guys and get them off of me.
Your most dangerous guys in these rooms are the frigates because they will web, they will scram. You really have to be careful if you're warp scrambled, especially if you're going in with a ship that you are not sure it's going to be able to tank it, because if they warp scramble you and you cannot kill them in time, you will lose your ship.
I am actually down to already 40% shields. I don't know that I'm going to be able to stay in here much longer. I might have to warp out and then come back. I am not warp scrambled right now, so I should be able to do that without any problem. But if I can continue to kill some more of these frigates here that are on top of me, I might be able to get this damage down to where I'm not dying near as quickly. I'm down to 20% now. I'm going to go ahead and return my drones to the bay, and I am going to go ahead and warp out for just a minute and then come back. Now, since I'm webbed, I will actually warp faster, so that is going to work against them, but I am still shooting at things while I'm on my way out and trying to get out of here, and then I will come right back to that spot, and we will do this again. Zillion stole my money, saying that I had better get that Weber. Unfortunately, in that particular mission, if you were watching the side screen, I had almost 13 guys webbing me. I was down to less than 2 meters per second from my top speed of almost 270. As you can see, my shields are already over half full. I do repair very quickly on my shields. It should take me just a minute here to fully recharge, and then I can go back in and try that again.
See what happens when I'm not there?
It is very nice when this damage is split between multiple people. It does help to make that a little bit easier. I am flying a ship that can handle this. It's not a real big deal, but like I said, because it is explosive, I am not specifically tanked for that. I probably should have threw on an explosive hardener, and then it would not have been near as big a problem.
Now, even though I am flying a T3 ship, armor's weakest against explosive naturally, so I would have to swap out my active EM for the active explosive in order to get any decent resistances to that, to where I would not have to warp out as well. And I should be done with salvaging here in just a minute or two. And the other pilot has finally docked at the station, so we will be able to keep running missions while I have him salvaging after I am done here.
Now I'm already back to 90%, so I'm going to go ahead and initiate warp back in. By the time I get there, I should be at about 95%, and that will be just fine. And then we'll go ahead and get restarted on killing those frigates. Now they will all be directly on top of me the moment that I jump into the room, because they don't typically move back to their points until about 30 minutes in, and that's just kind of how that goes.
Is this room gated?
No, it is not. It is a direct warp in.
Then you should be able to warp in at distance.
Yeah, I should have, but I didn't, so I'm already going to be right back on top of these guys. Which, like I said, will not be a real problem. I have enough shields now that I have a buffer so I can get restarted on these guys and get these frigates out of here. The frigates have already locked me. They're already starting to do some damage in here, so I'm going to go ahead and get my drones moving to kill these frigates. If I can get the frigates off of me, I should be able to withstand the rest of the room without too much of a problem. Have to just pound through these guys just as fast as we can, and if we have to warp out again, we can. Zillion stole my money, saying, why not jump in to 20k? I probably should have jumped in at about 80k and made them fly to me, but that would separate out our wrecks quite a bit. I am trying to keep all of our wrecks in one spot for the moment, so I'm willing to take the chance with the damage. As you can see, they've already got me down to about 70%. I'm down to 56%, so I am starting to drop again. But, like I said, if I can get these frigates off of me, then I can get back to just dropping out guards, and I will take the battleship damage off, and then it will not be an issue. I do not have any heavies with me, so that will mean that I do have to use my guards to make that damage disappear. Now they are directly on top of me, so my autocannon will do some damages to them without any issue whatsoever. But I'm starting to stabilize out now at about 50%, which is about where we want to be. So we're going to return our drones here, and then we're going to get our guards out, and we are going to start killing these shadows that are on top of me.
Took me just a little bit longer to salvage that mission because there were illegal drugs in some of the cans. You can pick those up if you want to, but be aware that if you do have to go through any gates, the customs officers will scan your ship. There is about a 3% chance that they will scan it. If they do and they find those illegal drugs, you are fined 500% of the average market value, on top of the fact that you will lose faction standings.
Now, as you can see, I've balanced out now that I took those frigs out. I'm managing to stay about 51%. It will get a little bit better as I take out these battleships. When the battleships are gone, then the damage onto me will drop considerably. Now, that's one of the things you do just have to deal with in missions. Any mission, it doesn't matter what level it is or what ship you're in. If you have to warp out, by all means, make sure that you warp out before you're dead. If you are in your pod, they will not attack you, but you still want to make sure that you get out before you are in your pod. That way you are not losing a bunch of ISK in ships and components. So as you can see, we're starting to get through these guys. The battleships are down now. We're working on the second one to get it off the list. And as soon as we get that third one off the list, then we should be completely okay, and there should be no additional issue with who is out here. Being that they're cruisers, they're not going to do enough damage to the tank that I have on this ship to actually pound through me. What was killing me is that these shadows are at 4K. They're using a autocannon fit, and they are able to do explosive direct damage. And they can do it very, very well, even at my small size. They're actually hitting me, it appears to be in the 50s, while the little guys are only hitting me 25 to 30. Now we're on to the next guy here, and we're going to get him off of our list as well. Now the only problem that you really do have is that I have my long range out instead of my short range. That might be why they're not hitting quite as well here. Let's go ahead and get those guys back in. I must have clicked on the wrong one just a minute ago. I need my short range, not my long range. And then this would be going just a little bit faster here. Now if we tell that to engage, we should start doing quite a bit more damage. Yeah, there we go. Now we're starting to pound through them just a whole lot faster.
If you could, if you get a second, send 99 a fleet invite this way.
Just a second, and we'll get that
there. Or, well, just to make sure that the wrecks will be able to be picked up by him. They should all be free to corp, but just as a safety measure.
So we're now just pounding through the guys that are here. As you can see, my guards, even down to 5 and 6K, can still hit quite well. There is not a real big issue with them hitting. When they do get in extremely close, like this one is at 2800, it will be a little bit harder for me to get through him. But they will still hit. About half of the time they will still apply damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave my guns on that guy for a minute. Unless we just start doing some massive damage to him here, because we should be at a point where he can actually tank the amount of damage that's coming in. But it looks like we're still going through him.
If you want to leave the guys that are right on top of you, I'm actually in warp to you now, and I should be able to take them out fairly quickly.
Okay, there's only one guy left that's directly on top. Everybody else is at about 15k. So I'm going to switch my guards over to the guys at 15 so I can start actually doing some damage. Like I said, any mission can get hairy. As you saw earlier, it didn't take much to actually make that happen because my tank was not set up well enough. That is just something you have to deal with, and you have to be willing to get out and just leave for a minute and come back. And then I was fine, and I was able to tank that amount of damage because I had enough of a buffer to allow me to kill a few more.
As you can see, I've just landed, and they have already almost completely taken out my shields. So they have switched targets from him to me already.
And for some reason here, we just lost all sound in Eve. So let me disable my sound real quick and then re-enable it. There we go. Now we've actually got some sound back in Eve. That'll be a little bit better than listening to the sound of silence. So there we go. That finishes up this mission. And since he already has the other account on, I should be able just to pick up this can, and I won't even have to bookmark it. He should be able just to jump directly in. Now, we don't bring our salvager in until the mission is complete. You can try to bring in a salvager early, but if they happen to take any kind of aggro, they are going to need to get out in a hurry because they will not be able to handle what's there.
And those ships do not have very much shields, armor, or structure hit points, and they do not have hardly any resistances at all, so any damage is bad.
Okay, do you have him headed in?
Yes.
Then I'm going to go ahead and head back. We're going to just jump to the Stargate directly. I'm just going to do a warp squad since there's only two of us right here right now. The other one is just landing. As you can see, our salvager is now here, and he's going to start cleaning up that mess for us while we move on. Zillion stole my money, says that I need to loot those battleship wrecks. You are correct. That is why our salvager is in there. He is going to take care of that for us, and then he'll give us a readout of what he actually picked up. Hopefully he picks up quite a little bit, and we make some really good money on that. Now, I do see that we already got a payout tick, so let's see what we made in that on this round. We got 1.6 million ISK on the bounty payout. Not a whole lot, but it makes sense. Like I said, that was a very low-end mission. It was not an extremely high-end one, so we were not expecting a whole lot in there. Elflorin asked, have you ever tried living in Nullsec? Yes, actually, both of us just came back from Nullsec in the last 6 months. We were in the Space Monkey Alliance. That is a fun place to be. Low Sec is fun as long as you're with a good set of guys. There are some times, though, when being in Low Sec is not as much fun. SendLinksD is asking, why bother covering my system if I can see where you are anyway? One of the reasons that I cover up that primary location is it does take a little bit more work to look at the side screen and figure out where I'm at. You can do it, but I'm just trying to make sure that we don't get any gank fleets that decide they want to come take us out. It's really just to cut down on the people who are speeding through and trying to come and pop people who are doing feeds. That is a problem in EVE, and one that I'm hoping to avoid by doing just that small bit. If I do need to, I will block out the other side so you can't actually see it either, and then you will not know where I'm at ever. Elf Lorenz asking what made me leave nullsec. One of the biggest reasons that most people choose to leave nullsec is corporate bullshit, where they tell you you have to do this and you have to do it now, or we're going to kick you from the corp and blow you up. That is some of the stuff that I was dealing with, and I was not very grateful for that. I'm not a PvPer, so when they make PvP mandatory, that is typically when I leave. I like doing PvE. I also like doing
Industrial.
I like doing plexes. I like doing things that make money. So it's kind of fun that way. SinLinksD says that I'm currently in his home system. Yeah, our home system is actually about 5 or 6 jumps from here. We just come over here because this has a good level 4 that does not send us into low sec very often. It's only one of every 50 missions that will actually get sent to low sec. And for those of you that are new or thinking about playing, low sec is not someplace you generally want to go to when you're new. That is somewhere you want to stay away from unless you're going out with a group of players already that are going to help protect you. Anything below a 0.4 is considered low sec. Null sec starts at 0.0 and below, so any negative sec would be considered null sec. That is where you are completely weapons free. You can do anything you would like. If you want to drop a bomb on a gate, you can. Anything above 0.0, as in 0.1 and up to 0.4, you may not drop bombs. They do not allow it anymore. Yeah, they used to, but they do not any longer. Here we are. We're going to go ahead and turn this one in.
Which that part I really hated, considering that my first account was a bomber pilot, and that really just changed my whole attitude as far as nullsec and lowsec, because it was always fun to sit on a gate and wait for the ever so unsuspecting person to just jump through and land on a bomb.
Okay, so we now have surprise. This one's paying a little bit better than the last one. We're up to 2,120 loyalty points. And this time we're going to go up against Amar, which is massive EM damage.
Okay, let me dock real fast and swap out hardeners, because I threw my explosive hardener on there for that last one in order to keep damage down. This will only take me a second to do, so I already have everything set up and ready to switch.
Elf Loren says that he was an LI3/test, so he was a member of the Testicles, and they derped his corp up with the mandatory stuff. So they have all but left now, and nullsec with Fwetit. I'm not sure who Fwetit is. Haven't actually heard that name before. By the way, I'm not a huge test fan. I used to be in the Black Aces. They are very Nazi in how they do things, and it's not something that I actually enjoyed. And my first one out was with them, and I was not exactly happy when I made the 77 jump trek to get out there and then was told I could not do what I came out there to do. I had to get in PvP and lose a 4 billion ISK ship. So I quickly left that area, and I have not liked anyone in Test Alliance since. Any of you that were in Test, it does not mean I don't like you. I just do not like the upper management of the Test Alliance. Elf Loren says that you're a Fleet War Corp, and you're taking sovereignty in Dells, so you're actually up near Space Monkeys in the same region. Here we go. Let's get this one started so we can move on to the next mission here.
I'm already sitting out in space in front of the station.
see you out there, so we're going to go ahead and get to the Stargate that we need to go to. That's the one anyway. Yep, that is the one, so that's where I'm going to get everybody here too. So I'm going to warp everybody in within 0, and then we're going to keep moving along here. In Elf Loren, we were actually just recently in the -1 that was in the Space Monkey Alliance. It's the one that the Retirement Club is so apt to jump in on and start blowing things up. I've actually got some PvP kills on them with my Sniper Fit Thanatos. I was part of Boot Fleet with that. I did find that quite enjoyable because it is very, very funny to watch them jump in with their very expensive ships and just insta-pop via a Sniper Boot Fleet. For those of you who don't know what Boot Fleet is, that is something that the CFC does. That means there are 4 to 10 capital ships that are set up in sniper mode to repair each other. They are always sending capacitor and shields to someone else. While they're doing that, they are dropping out 13 to 14 sentry drones and assigning them to a small, fast-locking T3, typically a Loki, and they are letting that Loki take control of all of those drones to insta-pop anything that they feel like killing. I'm going to go ahead and warp us into this one.
Warp drive active.
And we're going to go ahead and get started here. You multi-box in Boot Fleet. It's a Sendlinks D saying that that's how he multi-boxes. Not Boot Fleet, but Sentry Blob. Zion Stole My Money says the problem with large corporations is, like goons, is there's too many egos in one place, and that does mean a very bad time for other people. And you are absolutely right. That is how that goes. And it is very, very annoying when they do that kind of stuff. But in a lot of cases, there isn't much you can do to be able to get into those kind of locations. You kind of have to do it that way. So here we are. We're already out here, and we have a AMR transport ship. It is at range, so we're not going to have 0-0 run towards it. I'm just going to pop it and see what comes in here.
Whatever it is, it's probably not going to be pretty.
Typically not with AMR. It's going to be quite a few guys all at once. They are apparently at range here. We've already popped that ship, and we're going to go ahead and get locking onto the next ones and start popping those.
I guess I better turn on my hardener here, because they're all firing at me, and when they start hitting, it's going to hurt.
I will agree with that. Definitely get your hardener on. Since this is EM damage, it will tear through you fairly quickly. I'm going to try to get that damage neutralized, hopefully before most of it is directly on top of you, but there is no guarantee on that.
While you're killing them so fast, I'm not actually sure which way I should even be flying, so... I guess I will head towards these guys that are at 100k and try to drag them up this way.
Yeah, I actually need them to come in about 15k before I can actually lock them, but they had just started flying this direction, and they are now locking on to me. While they're doing their thing, I'm going to work on these other battleships and get them started to be knocked out.
This is the one bad thing about being in a brawler ship, is that you have to get close, and on missions like this where everybody starts way out far away, it does become a little monotonous trying to fly from one group to the next.
Zillion Stole My Money is asking whether or not I have all my drone skills at 5. Actually, I have every drone skill there is at 5. I also have a lot of other skills at 5. This is an 80 million skill point character. It is a very old character, so he has a lot of skill points maxed out. Part of the reason for being able to do these videos is the fact that I have a lot of those skills maxed out. It allows me to take my eyes off of the screen and to get back in. Yes, Fighter Bombers is a 12x skill. The final one on that was 54 days for me, and yes, it is maxed out. I never have an intention of actually flying a ship that needs those because I do not subscribe to the thought of being stuck in one ship and not being able to get out of it. I do like to fly different ships, and I do like to fly around and not be stuck. One of the problems with flying a supercarrier or a Titan is that you are stuck in that ship. As Sinlinks D says, it is your space coffin, and that is absolutely right. It is a space coffin. Now I'm being webbed down from a tower that is 120 kilometers away from me that I couldn't possibly hit if I wanted to without moving, so I may actually ignore it and just leave it there. It's not going to bother our salvage ship that's going to be coming in, so we should be just fine.
Oh, you had to pick the mission where the guys were way the hell out there, didn't you?
Micro jump drive would be very good in this type of a mission. However, I do not have one on. I actually don't have any kind of increased boost for speed.
Yes, I do have a T2 afterburner on this. This Proteus is full T2 fit, even T2 guns. So I can get up to just under 600 meters a second, but even at that, 100 kilometers out still takes a little bit.
And yes, the micro jump drive is only for battleships. It does not fit on anything smaller. We both happen to be flying cruiser class, so those would not work. Had we decided to fit micro warp drives, though, in this particular mission, we would have been able to use them.
And I must have just popped the trigger because we just got a few more ships in. Fortunately, they are 90k from me, and that is the closest one. The rest are even farther.
I'm going to go ahead and return my sentries in, and I'm going to start heading towards one of these towers. I do have some attack on me, and I am reduced in speed right now by both of the sentry towers. So you can see that I'm only able to go a maximum, what does it say my maximum is? 21.4 meters per second.
Yep. Unfortunately, I can't take out the towers for you very fast because they are 85 and 115 kilometers from me. I am speeding towards one, but it will take me a couple minutes to get there.
And my problem is right now is I can't even shoot at any more of the ships until I can get in a little bit closer. So I'm just going to have to fly here for a little bit until I can lock up something, and then I'll stop, lock it up, kill it, and then continue to move forward. That is the one problem with these very long-range missions, is if they have these stasis tower type things out here, you cannot move very quickly until you destroy them or they decide to switch targets. Right now would be really handy if it would switch to 0-0 and slow him down so I could get a little further in on them to start killing them. as it sits right now, and the entire time I've been moving, I managed to move 1 kilometer. It does look like I'm almost in range to be able to get here and get the first guy locked up.
I am finally in drone range of one of the towers, so I did send my drones onto it. Hopefully that will help speed you up some as soon as it is taken out. Looks like all the battleships out here just switched to me, so they're not going to be heading towards you anymore.
As for whether or not the T3s are going to be in the micro jump drive front, I have not heard anything to that effect. That does not mean that it's not going to happen, but I have not heard anything to that effect.
Unfortunately, the second stasis tower is 3 kilometers out of my range, so as soon as I am done with this battleship here, I will switch over to it and try to get within range of it. Because my drone skills are all maxed at 5, I do have a 57 kilometer range on my drones.
And yes, I had seen the Marauder changes, send links D. I was not exactly happy with what they did with a couple of them. The particular one that I run was boosted just a little bit and lowered in a few other areas. I'm not a huge Marauder runner. I would much prefer to run a pirate faction ship than I would a Marauder. They tend to just have a little bit better damage capabilities and a little bit better defense.
And there you go. Both stasis towers are down, so if you do need to move still, you can now do so.
We're down to just 2 battleships left right now. Don't know if we're going to get any more. That's kind of why we don't really worry about it and we just run it. I want to give a shout out to Rosa Key. Welcome to the room. Hope you're enjoying the feed. And send links D, I think you're absolutely right. I do think that it is a way for rich alliances to camp gates better with the new ones. The micro jump drive does give them the ability to jump in random directions and in random areas, which does make it much easier for sniper fit versions to get kills. However, that being said, as they are coming out of that, it does make them also a target because now they are 10 times their original size for damage. So if the target they're shooting at has cruise missiles, they are going to hit very well and very hard as they're coming out of that.
One thing that most people don't realize about micro jump drives is that the ship will micro jump drive in the direction it is moving. So if you have a fast frigate and can bump it in the direction you want it to go, it will then, once the micro jump drive activates, go in that direction.
Which is very, very handy if you know someone has one on and that's the person you're trying to kill. You can bump them right into a warp bubble and then they cannot get out of it very quickly. Their micro jump drive will not work inside of the bubble. It is just like a regular jump drive. You will not be able to move. So they would then effectively have lost their advantage. Do we have our salvager on the way in?
Yes, he is actually in warp now. I was moving to a spot where he would have all of the wrecks in range, so this way he could just warp right in on me.
Warp drive active.
Zillion Stole My Money says that he's very happy with the way NASAs are being reworked. They've been pretty much useless for months. Actually, they have been worthless since the Scorpion NAS was knocked off years ago.
I used to run a Nos Scorpion, and in the Nullsec Corp or Lowsec Corp I was in at the time, we would run about 4 ships. My Nos Scorpion was the main ship of the fleet, and that was the one they protected, and we used to be able to take out massive numbers of guys with just 4 ships.
Zillion Stole My Money said, let's not talk about the Scorps. Yeah, it's a sore subject with a lot of people because of a lot of the changes that were made a few years back. However, I think with some of the changes that are coming down the pipe right now, that's going to get changed, and the Scorpions are going to become popular again. We're actually banking on it with production on them already, so we're hoping that this next patch makes them quite a bit better. We're going to go ahead and dock up and turn this one in.
I'll just go ahead and dock now, just in case I have to switch out hardeners again. And salvaging would go faster if I had started the drones.
That always does tend to help just a bit.
Now, one thing most people know, if you have been in the game for a little while, is if you are salvaging and you forget to send your drones off to salvage before you lock a target, you can just drag in the wreck or whatever and salvage it with a salvager on the ship, and then lock the wreck and tell the salvage drones to salvage it, and then it will start salvaging as normal, just grabbing the closest wreck.
Zillion Stole My Money says that the new upgrades are going to stop all the BS ganking by tackle frigs with NOS and other frigs with the firepower, causes frigs to leech the capacitor heavily. Yeah, it should rebalance the low sec fights to where it's not as one-sided if they are fit in that particular manner. However, as we've seen in low sec and with other corps in low sec, they always find a way to exploit the new changes. That's why EVE is an ever-changing universe. Things that worked 5 years ago do not work now, and things that will work now will not probably work 5 years from now. That is just kind of how EVE works. It is a very long play game, so it is not something you just jump into and expect to be the best there is in a year or two. There will always be someone better than you out there. The only question is which one of you is fit better at that particular moment. Now, we just got in the midst of Dead Space 1 of 5 again, and because it is Friday night, we might actually run them all over again. We just did this entire run last night. We did it in a little over 2.5 hours. Now that we have a salvaging ship with us, we might be able to do it just a little bit quicker, so we're not having to stop and wait. So let's go ahead and get this started, and it is here in the local system. This one does pay a hair under 4,000 loyalty points and a hair over 2 million ISK. So just for the payout. Now, our primary pay on this one is going to be the salvage. We did about 88 million yesterday when we did this, so we're hoping for that again. That would put us hopefully a hair over 120 million ISK for the day for our corp to put up to sell and make sure that we can continue to play. So we're going to go ahead and accept this one and then get out there and get some people killed.
Hopefully we're not the ones getting killed.
Yeah, we did okay last night. I can't imagine that we're going to die that quickly tonight.
Well, at least I can get to the gates faster this time.
Well, that will definitely help. Are you out here already?
No, let me undock real fast, and then you can warp us there. Oh. I just got 15 small arms from one of the cans in that last mission. I can send them to my dust character and let him start killing people with them.
There you go.
Warp drive active.
Now these particular missions that we're about to do, the 1 through 5 on In the Midst of Dead Space, they do not pay out bounty. So the only ISK that you make right off the top is going to be payout from the mission. You are not going to make any ISK from the ships that you are killing. Now if we do happen to run into guns, they will pay. As I recall last night, I think total we made about 500,000 ISK just from the guns and the 5 parts. And that's about all you get. Everything else is tags that you either need to sell or use, and that's where you're going to make your real money. Here we go. This is a gated community. By the time we're done, he should have a tag of his own to be able to go through these gates as we go, if he doesn't already have one on him.
I actually have one already in my cargo hold, so we will have a spare.
And I already have one in me from last night because I don't tend to take them out once I get them. I just leave them in. It makes going through these much easier, and you don't have to remember to pick them up and take them with you. So all of these guys are going to be in range of my long-range guns. We do have to fly to a gate, but that doesn't really matter at this point. At this point, we just need to take out who is sitting on top of us. So we're going to go ahead and lock up the cruisers and frigs, and I'm going to lock on my short-range sentries, and we're going to start killing these guys.
And I will start working on these cruisers. And since these are missiles, I do have some ECM drones on me, but I have a set of tracking disruptors. Since there are Caldari State here, they are using missiles mainly. So those aren't really going to do us a whole lot of good. So I will just drop hammerheads for the extra DPS. For some reason, I cannot get my second set of guns to fire.
Hopefully that's not a glitch that's going to hurt us tonight, and we'll be able to get through this still without dying. I'm going ahead and taking out these Tech 2 frigates that are out here. They're going to do quite a bit of damage to us if they can get in close by either warp scrambling or weapon scrambling us to where that we cannot hit them. As you can see, my guards are having a hard time hitting this guy that's here at 19k because he's moving so fast. But there we go, we got him knocked off the list, and now we're going to return our drones because I have one that was already starting to take armor damage. Now we're going to go ahead and launch our long range ones, and I'm going to start at range and let him work on the stuff that's up a little bit closer here.
Now, if you are concerned about your standings, these missions where you go against Imperial Navy and Caldari State will lower your faction standings for Ammar and Caldari by just a little bit. You can overcome this by going to Caldari Systems and running missions there, or going to Ammar and running missions there, or you can just skip these missions, as you are allowed to turn down one mission every 4 hours without penalty.
Yes, your social skills do also help with that, as Zillion Stole My Money is pointing out. They, however, do not make it to where that you can actually get all the way through. We've got a whole bunch of new viewers that I want to give a shout out to. We've got Blorg Honk, we have Fruke TV, we have Raven Cavetia, we have Scar89 as well. I want to welcome you guys to the channel and hope you enjoy the feed. We are currently doing In the Midst of Dead Space 1 of 5. We're going to try to run all 5 parts, and then we will be calling it an evening after that. As I'm not paying attention, I'm about to lose one of my sentries, which I do not want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and return them for just a second here and swap out for my short range and go ahead and continue to take out these Navy Ravens. If you do like the feed, do be sure to subscribe. We also do post all of these videos up on YouTube. You can check that out at youtube.com/user/acidhackshere. I'd appreciate it if you guys would give me some likes or comment on the videos on what you think. It always does let people know that I am doing a good job at what I'm doing and trying to be somewhat entertaining and informative. Our Twitter feed is also live. You can tweet me at CTV99Live, and we do tend to respond to those fairly quickly to get answers up when there are questions in there. As you can see, we finished this one, so now it's time to fly to the gate. As soon as my sentries are in, I'm going to go ahead and just click activate so that when I get there, I go straight through the gate.
I've already got our salvage ship on the way in, so it can start cleaning up this first room while we're clearing out the next. As we had happen last night, we did have somebody ninja salvage one of our rooms on us, so we want to try to keep that from happening again. Now that we have a dedicated salvager, it makes that a little bit easier. Now, if we are running again this weekend, I will be switching ships again. I also have a Loki and a Vagabond here, so I will probably pick one of those two next time we run, just to give you guys a view from a little bit different ship.
Yeah, we're going to try to rotate through these. The only person that's not really going to change is going to be me. I'm going to be in some form of a snipe fit, either cruiser or battleship. The reason for that just basically boils down to it allows me to look away from the screen a little bit more often without truly having to worry about what's happening, and try to make sure that I'm keeping on top of the chat and the tweets that are coming in, and try to make sure that I'm engaging you guys as much as you're requesting. I do try to make sure that we are having a very informative feed and that we are engaging the people who are showing up to take a look. We do try to help out. Yesterday we helped somebody with a fitting on their ship. We're gonna do what we can to try to make your game time better as well. That's part of the reason for doing these, is to see how you can do it with different ships, how you can also do it with different skill sets. That's why we have different characters on right now. And as you can see, we've already got our salvager in here because we're starting to have jet cans pop up.
Yep, he is cranking them away, and I had forgot to launch drones again, so I'm not even bothering with launching them now. I am just using the salvagers that are on the ship. And as you can see, it's going fairly quickly, even just with two. And you apparently jumped into the next room, so I better get this gate activated and follow you in there. This way you won't have to jump out taking too much damage.
I should be okay on this one. It's just a few sentry guns. But you never know. It might just kill me. And launch up my sentries, and I'm going to get these sentry guns taken out, since they are actually going to be the ones doing the most damage to me at this point.
I'm locking up the battleships, and I am going to launch tracking disruptor drones and send them onto the Navy APOC. Try to get some damage off of you.
As you all can see, I'm already webbed. 3 of the 4 frigates had me webbed just a second ago. I already have my autocannon on one of them, and I have its shields all the way down already without even having to use my drones. So hopefully I can get that down just a little bit so that I can finish taking out the battleships, and then we'll come back with lights and go ahead and finish those other guys off. I'm going to go ahead and work on the battleships now with my sentries just to try to get them knocked out. I am using the damage type right now of the guards, which makes them die very, very quickly. As you can see, the damage is all pretty much off of me at this point. And we do have that next Imperial Navy Armageddon already dying.
Yep, I do have a T2 web fit on here, so it does knock them down by 60% movement speed, which helps both his sentries and my guns. And all of these frigates have just come on to me, so I am going to return these ECM drones and drop out my hammerheads, try to get these things knocked out just a little.
I'm actually just going to tell mine to guard him. That way they will just continue to fly between these and just continue to kill.
And I had forgot to repair mine, so they do have me webbed down, and I see that I am taking some decent armor damage, so I better get my reppers turned on here.
And we're down to the last two in this room, and then we have a gate directly below us here that we're going to have to go through to get into the third room. And then once we're going through there, we should be good. I want to give a shout out to Lazy Llama for following us. I do appreciate that. I don't see you in my viewer list, but I do appreciate the follow.
I need to turn around because I'm actually flying away from the gate.
I'm just going to approach this time instead of actually activating. That way I can wait for him to get here. He does fly quite a bit faster than me, so that's pretty good. Lazy Llama says cheers and gives me a nice big smiley face. I do appreciate it, man. If you need or feel the want to, you can always tweet me. I have a hashtag up of CTV99Live, and you can ask your questions or post your comments there. You can also do so in the chat. You can also do so on any of the YouTube videos that I have out there. They, however, as far as I'm aware, on Twitch do not allow commenting on the actual videos. So if you have any comments for the feed, you're more than welcome to do that via YouTube.
Okay, I am on the gate, so I'm going to go ahead and activate this, and we will get on into the next room.
And as you can see, I was just looking at him, and it showed him as 10 kilometers off of the gate, so I did not know he was here yet. That is one of the minor glitches that you see in EVE, is that people are not always at the exact same location level that you think they are.
There are just a few guys in this room.
I'm going to drop out long-range sentries, and we're going to get started on the frigates that are coming in here just as soon as they are within range, and I can hit them.
Closest ones to me are 70 kilometers, so I am just going to go to the group that is on the center in the bottom and just start heading that way.
I'm going to shoot the Imperial Navy APOC. That should get some damage headed this direction. As soon as I get him knocked out, then I'm going to move to the support frigates and start getting them out of the way.
If I remember right on this mission, do not shoot the Imperial Navy Jakar unless you know you can tank the whole room, because that will aggro everybody.
Now I'm already working on taking out the frigates.
I see that. They're disappearing as soon as I can get locks on them.
That is kind of how we need to do it, because this room has quite a few frigates in it. I do have my sentries already taking some damage from the ships that are inbound, so I want to try to get as many of these guys off this list as I can, as quickly as I can, before I have to actually recall in my drones.
Yep, and I switched directions, and I am heading for these frigates, trying to cut them off. See if I can get a web on some of these.
My wardens are already taking enough damage. I've got to bring them back in, so I'm going to go ahead and relaunch guards and see if we can't get some of these guys that are a little bit closer here knocked out. If I can't, then I'm going to leave the ones that are close to him and let him try to take care of them. As you can see, my wardens are missing some of these frigates. Even at 22 kilometers, I cannot actually hit them very well.
Yep, and even having T2 web on these guys, I am having somewhat of issues when they are at certain angles from me because of the transversal speeds.
Tinty is asking whether or not it is not a good idea to do salvaging while running missions solo. You can, so long as you have a salvager on your particular ship and you have the chance to give up the DPS. If you can't afford to give up the DPS, then I would not be doing salvaging while you're doing missions solo. Now we are multi-boxing, so we have extra guys out doing that for us. Zillion Stole My Money says you can use salvage drones if you have space in your drone bay. That is correct. If you are not a drone character, then salvage drones work very well while you're using your guns or your missiles. And I'm already starting on the battleships since they are closest in to me here, while he's taking most of the aggro onto him. I do have a warden taking some damage, but hopefully we can get through this before that's going to be a real issue. But if he continues to take damage like he just did, I'm going to have to recall them for just a second here. So we're going to bring them back in here for just a moment and get that damage to reset to someone else, and then we're going to bring them back out. So now we're back onto our long-range sentries, and we're going to start working on some more of these cruisers and try to get them off of the list.
I am in the middle of a few of the battleships here and frigates, so I am trying to get this group cleared out as quickly as possible. Is a decent number of ships that are on me right now, so I don't know how well I'm going to be able to hold out here. We will just have to find out.
I'm trying to take out the cruisers and frigs that are on top of him with my long-range stuff. That seems to be working out fairly well because we're starting to knock through them fairly quickly here. His damage should have been normalized by now, and he should not be taking near as much.
The only saving grace is probably the fact that they are missing me about 80% of the time. If they were hitting me with all of these, I don't think my tank would hold.
Now my wardens are having a hard time hitting the last 3 frigates that are out there, so I'm going to let him take care of those. I'm going to go ahead and start on the Imperial Navy Armageddon that I can hit quite well. I want to welcome Vic900802 to the room. Do appreciate you joining tonight. Hope you enjoy the feed. If you have any questions or comments, don't feel bashful. Go ahead and post them, and we'll try to answer them as we see them.
Okay, now I'm just down to these last 3 Navy frigates.
Make that 2. And now they're within range that I can't actually hit them very well. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch back to the next APOC and start working on that.
The APOCs seem to be a little mad at me, as you can see by all the red and blue lasers flying everywhere. I would be happy for you to get them off of me.
I am working on knocking them down now. I've already got one at half armor. Tenny says we have very good commentary. We are trying to make sure that we're talking through this so that you understand what's going through our heads and why we're doing what we're doing. We're not doing this to try to be annoying to some of the old players that might think so. This is primarily just for a learning curve for new people. We do this just out of fun because we find it enjoyable to do, not because we have to. I'm starting to take some damage on another one of my wardens again here. I'm going to need to watch it fairly closely. If it continues to take decent damage, I'm going to go ahead and recall them again and switch to a different damage drone for just a minute to try to get them off of me.
And I just sent my drones off to try to take out these sentry guns while I am working on one of the battleships. Those are probably what's doing a good number of damage to CTV's drones. So if we can get them knocked out, all the better.
And we just took out another APOC there. My sentries say they are shooting at the Jaker, is who they are trying to shoot at. We do not want to hit him. We are down to just about him as our primary here. I'm going to wait just a second because they're not quite within range of me. So I'm actually going to move forward just a little bit so they are within range and I can hit them with my long range guys. Like I said, I'm just a little bit short here. They're about 4K out of my range. I need to get up just a little bit closer. That'll also start putting those sentry guns in range for me so I can just pop those and get that damage off of my drones very, very quickly here. We just had one of them drop off the list. Hopefully we'll see another one drop off here in just a second.
Yep, I am blasting away at one of them, so it should be gone in another volley. There it goes, and I am heading off to another one now.
That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and just fly in towards the Jakers. They are still a little bit of ways off of me here, so it's going to take me just a minute to get them within range, and then we should be able to continue on. If you are enjoying the feed, I do recommend that you add it to your favorites. We will be doing more feeds, as I've said before, as we continue on here. We're going to try to do at least one a day. It may not be long during the week. On the weekends, we're going to try to make them quite a bit longer, just so that you're getting your money's worth out of them. So now that they're within range, I'm going to go ahead and stop. And Tharom, I do want to thank you for adding us to your favorites list.
And I'm sorry if I'm dragging these Imperial Navy ships out of your range because they are attacking me and I am just flying all over the place. So they're trying to stay in their optimal range. And of course, they're just going to follow me wherever the heck I go.
It would be nice if you could start flying them towards me. They're going to fall right back out of my range again here in just a second.
Oh, I see that you're 70k from me, so yeah.
Yeah, I got locked onto one, but they have now since fallen out of range.
Okay, well I am speeding towards you.
Daedalus005, I do appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. If we get 20 people in here, I will give away some Steam games just as a thank you. So let's see what we can do to get those numbers up. Not trying to pressure you into joining or following, but it'll just be a nice little perk. We can either do that or I can give away some money inside EVE to some of the new players that will either be joining or players that would just like to get into a lottery for that. Okay, this guy is still 78 from me, so I'm going to have to return my drones again and try to get a little bit closer. And actually, I may not have to. Give me just a second. Are you actually shooting at him?
My drones are on him. I cannot shoot him. He is 54k from me, so my blasters are definitely not going to hit.
Okay.
But I am burning towards you at almost 600 meters a second, so it should be pulling him in.
That is okay. I actually just told mine to guard you, and my wardens still are within range. Even though I can't lock, they can still fire. They still have some range left. If we bring them up, and I show you the information just directly on them, get over here to my attributes. I'm using Warden 2s. They have a activation proximity of 250 kilometers. They have an accuracy fall off of 30 kilometers, and their optimal range is 60. That realistically means that they can hit to 90 kilometers out. And that unfortunately does not take my bonuses into effect on that. I wish that it did. Then you could actually see how far they can really go.
And I hope I did not just knock you completely out of range of being able to pull them back in, because I slammed into you at full speed.
It looks like you just got one out of range, so I can just scoop over to him and pick him up real quick, and then we should be good. Because actually what I want to do now is I want to lock up these slave pens out here, and I want to go ahead and pop them all just in case we happen to get something decent out of them.
I have to wait for my hammerheads to all get back in, because they were 70k out from me, so they do. Drones do have micro warp drives on them, and their speeds are dependent upon your skills.
As you can see, we can single volley these. It is not difficult to do, and they do manage to pop them very, very quickly. If we get lucky, one of them will drop something, and that something will be valuable, we hope. Last night on our destruction mode, we did not get anything valuable. We just got 100 lousy reports. Hopefully tonight we get a little luckier, and maybe we get a +5 implant or something that would be very, very nice to get. As you can see, our salvager's already in here. He's already pulling the wrecks away and to him to make them go away.
And while we're all in the same system and he is getting fleet bonuses, I need to start grabbing these ones that are way out there.
I'm going to look at this so I can lock up these other little ones that are out here. There are some prison facilities and stuff out here that we can also kill that I would like to go ahead and take out as well. We also have some officers' quarters out here tonight that I did not see last night. They were just very, very small, and if you don't zoom in, sometimes you miss them. We're going to go ahead and continue to attack these and see if we can get some good drops out of them. We can always hope. There is no guarantee that when you pop something that you are actually going to get anything from them. We can always hope, but it is not guaranteed. Let's see if this officer's quarter will actually give us anything good tonight.
If you're betting on that with my luck, then we're not getting anything.
Nope, your luck must have held true because we did not get a single can out of all of those buildings.
Actually, we did get one, and I've already tractored it in, and it had 50 MR Light Marines.
Actually, I think I need that to complete this mission.
That is your mission thing. So, yes. So, that's...
I'm looking
I will
here. Yep.
broadcast
After
target
those.
for you, and that should tell you which can it is.
I'm headed to go pick that can up now, and then once I have that, then we can go ahead and fly back and get on to part 3. Or, excuse me, part 2. While I'm flying to that, I'm going to go take a bio break real quick. I will be back ever so shortly.
I think I accidentally picked him up. The one nice thing about a Noctis with T2 salvagers on it is the fact that it does have a 96 kilometer range in order to grab Rex. So on most missions, you are able to just jump in and sit right where you land and pull everything into you. With bonuses, they do pull things in at 2,400 meters a second, which is about almost 2.5 times faster than the normal tractor beam on any other ship. So that does help make this go quite a bit faster.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sometimes when nature calls, she's calling because you've drank too much water. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but it does happen. Did you redrop those Marines so I can pick them up?
Yes, I did. Let me clear out some of these cans so you can see it a little easier.
As Tinty says, or whiskey. Yes, whiskey would definitely make me have to go quite a bit more frequently. However, I'm not a whiskey drinker. If you had some vodka, I would definitely take you up on that.
And as you can see, I broadcast your target for your can.
I'm on my way to pick it up. And you just picked it up again.
I think I just grabbed it again, yes. Well, that loot all button comes in handy sometimes, and others it just gets in the way.
I'm going to refresh my stream here, so give me just a second and I will be right back. It's actually logged me out because I haven't said anything in a while. So I got to log back in here.
And I cannot jettison these guys for another 24 seconds, so you will just have to hang on for a few more.
That is not a problem. I want to welcome Dabblegrew to the room. You've probably been in here for a little bit because of the way Twitch updates. I did not see you. I'm sorry about that, but I do welcome you to the room and hope you're enjoying the feed.
There you go. You should have a named can out there now so you can see which one it is.
And hopefully you don't pop it this time before I get there. For all the new people that are on, you can always tweet me at CTV99Live. That will actually show up in the feed. I do respond to all of my tweets that I get either via voice here in the actual live stream, or if I do not get it during the stream and I happen to get it after I'm done, then I will respond back to you on Twitter. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to go back to the station. We're going to dock up and get this one turned in so we can move on to the next one.
Yep. And I'm going to try to remember this time to actually repair my drones, as I do have 3 of them with no armor and 2 of them in structure.
And I have just about the same problem. I actually have 4 in armor and 3 in structure after that last volley.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Welcome, Raven Cavetinia. I know I just screwed that up, but welcome to the room anyway. We're going to go ahead and turn this one in and split it all out, and then we're going to move on to the next one. I just had Cyro Cool tell me that because I solved his math equation, I just earned 10 million ISK for paying attention to local. If he's in my room, I do appreciate it. That is very cool. We're going to go ahead and request the second mission of this one. And now that we have it, it only pays 476 loyalty points. We have to take these same Marines that we just picked up and go deliver them somewhere. So we're going to go ahead and set destination to there from here. And we're going to accept that mission. And then we're going to go deliver these lazy Marines back to where they go. We have our MR Light Marines here. We're going to throw them into our cargo hold and get moving on. Cyrocool is thanking me for not being an antisocial mining bot. I think that I should tell him that we're doing a live feed and we're talking about him. Of course, that's not exactly the link I wanted to post, but that's okay. Go ahead and get that one posted, the correct link here, so he can see, and maybe we'll get him to join us in the feed and we can properly thank him as a group. We're going to go ahead and undock and take our Marines to where they go, and when I get back, then it will be time to repair and get ready to do part 3 of the 5 that we have for tonight. We're going to go ahead and click on our Gates tab again, and we're just going to jump right to where we need to go.
And as salvage is going tonight, just since I have had 99 take over the salvaging as our dedicated salvager, we've actually pulled in almost 83 million in salvage, so we are doing fairly good there.
Now, as a new player, do not expect that you're going to make that kind of money in salvage. We actually recommend not salvaging or looting in any level 1s or level 2s. It just does not pay out fast enough. You are better off to blow through your 20 missions and get your faction mission. It will actually pay you more money in a faster amount of time. Once you hit level 3s and level 4s, then we do recommend salvaging. So here we go, we're jumping on into the next system here.
Now, all our money in these last few missions has come from the tags, and just to give you kind of an idea of how much of it has come from the tags, we have picked up 13 Imperial Navy General 2s, which are worth almost 1 million each. We have also picked up some Imperial Navy General 1s, which are worth 500,000 apiece. We have 9 of them. We have some Colonel 1s, which aren't worth as much. They're only worth 104,000 apiece. And then you get some where we have 5 Caldari Navy Vice Admirals, which are worth almost 3 million each. So, and we have a bunch of other tags as well, some worth more, some worth less. So as you total all them together, that is a good chunk of what we have accumulated in salvage so far.
Tenty is saying no looting with a question mark and an exclamation point. One of the reasons that we're saying no looting in a level 1 or level 2, like I said, it does not pay out enough. In 1s and 2s, if you look at some of my YouTube videos, I did some level 1s the other day, you will see that there are not very many ships in there. There are also not very high-paying stuff. Zillion Stole My Money is saying level 1s and 2s you can get trip power circuits, steel plates, titanium bars, and some other nice salvage. You can. However, if you are doing that in Galente space, that payout is much less. If you are doing that in Caldari or Amar space, you will make more money doing that. Just in the particular area of space that we're in, we don't tend to recommend that. Any of our new court mates that join in, one of our first things to tell them is to just blow through the 1s and 2s until you've made enough money to get into the level 3s and you can afford a very decent ship, and then start salvaging and looting. You will find that it pays you out quite a bit better. I'm going to say this one more time for Omen6129. Please do not spam in my channel. I am not interested in seeing your links. I'm going to go ahead and turn in this mission here, and then we are going to move back to our home system and get started on part 3. Amar is a very good choice, Tenny. That will allow you to use lasers. Lasers mean that you only have to carry about 5 separate crystals per laser, and they don't typically burn out very quickly, and that is something that is very nice when you're just starting out. It also allows you to use the white crystals. Do you remember what those are called? Multi-spectrum crystals. Those allow you to do all damage types all at once. That way you're not needing to specify. That does help you out quite a bit.
Those, if I remember right, are also a close range where they are 50% reduction in range on the guns that you're using them on. So you do have to keep that in mind when you do fit them.
Now, Zillion Stole My Money. You're saying Galente has a mission that has battleship wrecks at the end of the chain, which has 15 to 25 TPCs. Would you care to elaborate on what a TPC is?
It's probably trip power cores or trip power circuits, which it's nice to get those, but a lot of the stuff on salvage, unless it is steel plates and or alloyed trip bars, they're really not worth a whole lot unless you have a good number of them, and by good number I'm meaning about 300 or more.
Now you have to understand that we don't actually sell salvage. All of our salvage goes into a special salvage hangar we have in our Home Bases Corp hangar. That hangar currently has an estimated value of almost 1 billion ISK. But that is from probably 1,000 or more missions, and that is how we are funding a lot of what we do, is by making rigs. We turn that salvage into rigs and then make double or triple what the actual salvage is worth. To do that, you need to learn about industry. That's one thing we're not going to go into tonight. That is a very, very long conversation. And one that I would prefer not to get into while we're doing missions. We can do a industrial one if that's requested, to where we can actually show you what that is like. And Zillion Stole My Money is saying that the trip power circuits are somewhere between 120 and 150k each. That is correct. They are that way across most of Eve. They are very nice to pick up, but in your level 1s and 2s, you're not going to find very many of those. Now, when you hit your 3s and 4s and you start having battle cruisers and you start having battleships, you will have a lot more luck in making that. I'm not saying that you can't salvage. I'm just saying it's not recommended for level 1s and 2s.
Just to give an idea of how many we have got in the last 2 missions that we have done, we only have 30 trip power circuits that we have collected so far. We have no alloyed trip bars, and we've only grabbed 17 armor plates. Now, some of the ones that are not worth as much, like the fried interface circuits that pretty much drop from everything and are only worth approximately 4,000 apiece, we have almost 150 of those already. Charred microcircuits, which are worth next to nothing, we have just over 100 of them. So, I mean, we are getting a lot of the other salvage, but the trip powers, alloyed trit, and armor plates, which are the 3 that are always worth the most because they are needed for a lot of different rigs, we have not picked up very many of.
Okay, so now we are ready to do part 3. I have went ahead and already repaired my drone, so I'm ready to jump back out here. It is local. One of the advantages of part 3 in this particular set is that you always get some kind of implant. Last night we got a different one than what we got tonight. Tonight we got an ocular filter basic. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the specs on that so you can see what that does. That is a perception modifier of 3 points. They have an estimated market value, if we pull it up here, of between a low of 9.8 million, and if you can actually afford to wait for it, you can try for 12 or 13 million. In Jita, you are correct. Zillion stole my money. They are going for between 10 and 11 million ISK. Just kind of depends on where you're at, to what you're going to be able to get out of them. So at this point, we're ready to undock and go again. We are still going against Amar, so it is a lot of EM damage. And in this particular one, we do have to blow up a facility that's near us, and away we shall go. Zillion Stole My Money is giving us a universe update saying that in Minotaur space, they are also running at about 10 million ISK each. I'm going to go ahead and warp us directly into this mission. I'm going to warp the whole squad to the location, and then we shall get started on this.
I made sure that 99 was not out there in the salvager, because the last thing we need is for him to get dropped in the middle of a fight and then have to try to scramble to get him out of there.
Mumble005 said that I need to be careful about running missions against other high-sec factions. For example, shooting a Caldari transport or control tower nets you a 3% to 4% faction drop, respectively. That is correct. Anytime you are shooting against other factions, you will lose standings with those factions. As we said earlier in the feed tonight, we have had a problem where our standings have dropped to the point where we are shoot on sight in those areas. That does hinder your ability to move around in Eve. There are ways to bring that up, such as your social skills and things like that. You could also go run low-level, level 1 missions to rebalance that back out. That is all up to personal preference. We are at the point where we are only staying in this particular section of space, so we're not real worried about dropping our faction standings, as we don't intend on moving around a lot. We have alts that can do hauling for us that are completely neutral and able to move around in any space as needed.
Yes, as we had said yesterday, we did go to a wormhole space at one time and found out that one of my characters was shoot on sight by all of Amar, and even with social modifiers, I was a -7. So you can get down low enough to where it doesn't help even with social modifiers. Now there are still ways to bring that up, just like we're doing. We're running missions in fleet. You can be fleeted with the person in Amar space. Let them run a mission. If you have an alt that is in there, you can run the mission on them and then share the increases. That will help bring some of that up, but a lot of times it's still not going to help enough or very quickly in order to keep you from getting shot. So if you can avoid those, you can turn down missions that go against factions that you are wanting to be in their space. You are allowed to turn down a mission every 4 hours without any penalty. So if you do want to keep all of them in a relatively neutral standing, you can look up websites like Eve Survival and check out the mission first in order to see if it is going against Amar or Caldari or Galente or Minmatar, and then respond accordingly to that.
Mumble005 is saying that they seesaw back and forth between the level 4 agents of different factions, just declining the missions that are against any faction and just accepting the pirate-based factions. And I do want to thank you for the 10 million ISK, by the way, Mumble005, since you're the one who sent that to me. I do appreciate that. It was kind of an interesting little thing I happened to see in local and decided to respond to. While we're streaming, I don't normally talk too terribly much in local besides to post my link, just because I'm trying to keep an eye on everything else that's going on. But I do appreciate that. That was quite a nice gesture of you for the evening. Did you already go through the gate?
No, I had bounced off an asteroid, so I am just a little bit behind you. I just kicked on my afterburner, so I should be passing you any second.
Thank you very much. I wanted to be late to the party.
You were going twice my speed last night, so I figured I would return the favor tonight.
Tenti is saying, yes, I am very poor and I need it. Unfortunately, that would not be an accurate assessment. I don't have a lot of ISK on this particular account, but I do in my corporation wallet. We have multiple billions sitting in the hangar. It's not a real issue to come up with funds for what we are doing.
Warp drive active.
You will notice a lot of the ships I fly are not cheap. It has taken me years in order to accumulate a lot of the funds to get a lot of these ships. Maybe one of these nights later on, I will bring out my multi-billion-dollar Tengu. I do have one that is set up with full faction fit and is almost 3 billion ISK. It doesn't leave the hangar very much, but it can tank and solo take on any level 4 with ease. So,
Zalite60 is asking, why do I black out the location in the top right but leave the location on the mission sheet? Not that I'm in that much danger in high sec, that it's just an observation. The reason that the mission sheet is up is so that you can see when the mission completes. We're primarily doing this as a helpful to-do on how to get through these missions and how to know when they're done. The reason that I have it blocked out in the upper left-hand corner is because I don't want people who are just quick jumping into the feed knowing exactly where to look to see where I happen to be located. If they happen to figure it out, that's fine. I'm not all that worried about it, but I would like to just cut out the people who are immediately seeing where I'm at. I have had people try to lock me down since I've been doing these. It's not something that I enjoy, but it is something that does happen. Mumble005 is saying only 3 billion. He has a 5 billion fitted and 2 additional spares.
yes, I do have 2 Tengus worth approximately 3 billion each. I have a Loki and the Proteus that you see me flying in here. So I do have decent number of ships worth multi-billions. It is just not something that I take out very much. Because I do have so many of them, it's a lot of times it's hard to choose which one I actually want to leave the station with.
The light 60. Yeah, I do understand that it does defeat the purpose to hide it. I do not have the mission sheet up all the time. A lot of the times I do. It is kind of just one of those things where it's personal preference. So I could not show it, but primarily I'm just trying to make sure that you know where I'm clicking and why I'm clicking there and not somewhere else. It is nothing besides personal preference as to why I'm actually blocking that out. Mumbles, I'm sorry about that. I can start calling you by that. That's not a problem. Dabblegrew says that sounds like a very nice problem to have. He hasn't made his first billion in the game yet. Well, I can guarantee you it does happen. You will make your first billion. It just may not come right away. That is not a bad problem to have. It is just something that you have to get used to working your butt off to get.
And there are a lot of people in this game who have lots and lots of ISK. There are lots of people in this game, like myself, who do not have a lot of ISK, but I do have probably close to 50 or 60 billion in assets. So I may not have a lot of liquid cash, but I do have a lot of assets, which gives me a nice choice to pick and choose what I want to do and when I want to do it.
Mumbles is saying that it takes money to make money, and you're absolutely right, it does. I want to get back to the Light 60 here. He was just trying to remind me to make sure that it's not forgotten that if I have that up, people can find me, especially if I'm doing low-sec missions. Just to let you know, I don't do low-sec missions anymore unless I'm part of a low-sec corporation. When I'm in high-sec, I am not even going to attempt that. I will not even go into low-sec. I will actually decline that mission and just accept another high-sec mission. 00, just a reminder in case your armor hardeners are not on. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sometimes I like to let them run down just a bit and make sure things are working. We keep things interesting just a little.
I'm going to go ahead and start popping the slave pins again here before I take out the force field.
I have to find the force field on here because I don't have a buildings tab on this setup. This may be a fun one to try to find.
Zillion Stole My Money said that a very good money earner is selling characters on the Character Bazaar in the EVE forums. That is correct. If you have trained up, for example, a mining alt with about 5 to 10 million skill points, you can make a few billion very, very quickly that way. If you have multiple accounts, then that is also good.
They have made multiple account training a lot easier, so if you do have an alt now, you can pay to have 1 Plex per month in order to activate a dual account training, so you can train 2 characters on a single account. That would make that a lot easier, as then you can have 1 training for an alt to either sell or use for something specific that you need done, while you're training your other main character to do whatever it is you are wanting to be specific in.
Dabblegrew is taking off for the night. Fly safe, man. Don't get in any trouble. We wouldn't. The Light 60 saying that he made his first character a mining character and used him to pay for the account each month, getting to a point where he had enough to actually buy a new character that had max drone skills out. and he leapfrogged from a 5 million skill point character to a 14 million skill point character that way. That is absolutely a very good way to do it. Mumbles is saying market trading also makes you good money if you know where the good buys and sells are. There are lots and lots of websites out there to help you with that. We have some for industrial that make it very, very nice and very, very easy to do that with. It is not for everybody because in that particular case, it does very much so take money to make money. If you don't have a lot of ISK to spend, you will not be able to do that very well. And 0-0, if you fire, my sentries will start shooting at that force field for you.
I had finally just found where it is. It is very, very tiny. Even though I zoomed in on the armory, it was still very hard to find. Now that I am in range of it, I can finally start firing.
Or not. It does not appear that my sentries will fire.
That's okay. As soon as the shields are down on that, it dies pretty quickly. So
I'm going to go ahead and move forward here just a little bit because we have 2 prison facilities that are just out of my range. There's a Light 60 saying that he made far more money mining before the last major patch. The changes in ice really messed with his maxed ice mining character. I do not have to disagree with that. The ice mining is not something that I enjoy anymore because you really have to be paying attention. And this 4-hour drop-down cycle stuff on it makes it very, very hard to do if you're not able to stay on for long periods of time. If you're brave and you feel like mining ice in Caldera space, you can make double the money right now in Jita. That's because the goons are driving the price of that particular ice through the roof. As Zillion Stole My Money has pointed out.
I have your Imperial Navy gate permit container here, but I cannot pick up the other items that are in there because I don't have the room. So the 20 small arms will just have to stay.
Are you bringing in the salvager?
Yes, but it is in the armory, which cannot be tractor beamed.
Then I would just start flying the salvager directly at that point when he gets into range. I already managed to get 1 drop out of one of the prison facilities tonight, so hopefully we get some people here. It's the first time we've gotten a drop from a building tonight. So I'm hoping that maybe we got something good out of that particular building. I'm hoping for more strippers. I need some more for another carrier deal that I'm about to do.
Your luck, you will get male strippers, which they have added to the game.
Yeah, they're not worth quite as much when you sell a carrier. Mumbles has listed a link in here for Eve News 24 that talks about your ice mining in Caldera space. It's primarily going to tell you that goons are jacking up the prices right now. Goon Swarm is a very large alliance in Eve. They are attack on sight for most other alliances. They do make the game very, very fun in low-sec. If you're on their side, you always have something to shoot. If you are against them, sometimes it's better to just run away. If you're solo or if you're in a small fleet. Because they are very well known for doing blob warfare, and what that really means is they are very well known for knowing that you are there and hot dropping in 100 ships on top of you, and then you just lose whatever toys you happen to be in. For those of who don't know, Goon Swarm equals something awful forums subbers. I hadn't heard that one in a while, but yeah, you are absolutely right. Have you made it back yet with that key?
I am burning towards you. I'm about 15k away now.
Mumbles, you're absolutely correct. You can use shortcut keys. I've been just recently told that I can use the F key to make them engage. That's the primary one that I use. I don't mind doing the right-click stuff because I need to make sure that I'm actually looking at them at the same time to make sure that I'm not actually taking a lot of excess damage. So I don't mind doing it the long way when I'm actually fighting.
And there is your can.
Just pick that up, so now I can go turn this one in. To my agent space here and dock up. As you'll see in my cargo hold, I now have an Imperial Navy gate permit. I thought I already had one on me. Maybe I didn't.
Yes, you should see a Imperial Navy gate permit container.
Is that what it was? Yes,
Yep.
it is. And I do have that on me. Here in just a second, it's going to give me another one, and I'll need to transfer that over to our salvager so he can get in once we get into part 4.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So we're going to go ahead and turn this one in, and it's going to give us another gate permit. And like I said, I'm going to get that to our salvager so that he has it before we go out here to part 4 of 5.
Yep, luckily there are not very many wrecks out here, so be done with salvaging fairly quickly.
Zillion Stole My Money is saying that the best mission ever is level 4, the blockade. You are absolutely right. That is a very, very nice mission to get because of the sheer number of ships that show up. It's a very nice one to salvage. It's also a very nice one for its payout. It does pay bounty instead of tags like the mission set that we are currently on.
And your drop from the prison facility or whatever building that was 10 units of oxygen, 10 units of dairy products, and 10 units of wheat.
Well, at least we didn't get garbage this time, so that might be some drinkable milk tonight. You know, the pathetic part is I'm actually craving a milk right now, so too bad I can't drink what's in Eve. Mumbles is saying that he has his drone window where my current mission objective window is, so that he can expand it out. I typically do that a lot too. In the current mode where I am recording, I do not have it that way. It is a little bit more difficult for me to do things with, but it allows me to not take up so much screen space that you can't actually see what's going on. That's why I'm currently set the way I am. The Light 60 is saying that with the changes to ICE, the hassle it takes to do it, he's thinking of a different method of earning IST. He could obviously work the market, have to do a lot of research to make that happen. You're absolutely right. And he doesn't enjoy doing the whole market thing. That's okay. You can make very good money that way, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It does take a lot of time and effort to make sure that you're making a good chunk of money from that. He's also saying that if low and nullsec wasn't so dangerous for solo running, he would very much so enjoy to do complexes or ratting. You're absolutely right on that. The complexes will make you quite a bit of money. I used to make about 300 million ISK a day in the matter of a couple of hours when I was in low sec just 6 months ago. I missed that quite a bit just for the influx of ISK, but the safety of high sec is also very, very nice. Mumbles is asking what screen resolution I'm running. I run 1080p when I'm playing, and the record is on 720p.
And I am docked up now, so you can trade that gate permit over, so this way our salvager will be able to get in.
Go ahead and get that trade initiated here, and then I'll get back to your chat, and I will continue to answer the questions that I am seeing, if you guys can give me just a second here. Cillian saying that he keeps his drone window just below the upper target window with the overview below the drone window so it can be opened up a bit more. It makes it easier to keep the tabs in the drones, that you're always swapping targets, etc., to keep your eyes are drawn to your drones. That is correct. You can move it to where it's easiest for you to see, and that is always helpful. Tinty is saying that he would like to find a way to pay for it after his first month. All links are welcome. The easiest way, Tinty, for you to pay for it is to just grind. That is the easiest way to make sure that you have enough ISK. You need to make about 520 million ISK, which means you need to make roughly 22 million ISK per day. Your first 2 to 3 weeks, that will be pretty difficult. After that, it will get much easier. Mumbles is saying 1080 and 720 are buzzwords. It's only the vertical pixel count. What is the actual width and height? My actual width and height is 1920 by 1080. That's the reason why I said 1080p. I'm actually running on two 40-inch TVs while I play. Zillion stole my money, said that 10 hours per day in a retriever is about 90 million ISK. That does depend on what you're mining. If you mine just Veldspar, you can actually get that number up just a bit so long as you have perfect refine skills to be able to crunch that stuff down, or you know somebody who will crunch it for you to help you get started. So a week at 10 hours a day would buy your Plex. That is absolutely right. If you can afford to do 70 hours, you would easily have that. But that is just doing mining. Missioning tends to be a little bit more fun. If you get into the mining and you actually enjoy that, it is a little bit safer unless you happen to get in during Hulkageddon. Those of you older players out there know what I'm talking about. That is when Goon Swarm and a lot of the low-sec alliances come into high-sec and start popping any industrial that they can see just for the giggles. But let's go ahead and get started here. We're going to go ahead and get on to part 4. This is the part that does have a very large ship in it in the third room that is going to do a lot of damage. 0-0, you want to make sure that you're very well EM tanked.
Yes, I do have an active EM hardener on right now that actually boosts my EM resistances for armor to 85%, so I will not have a problem with this guy.
And I would have to agree with Mumbles and Zillion. You would be a whole lot better off to not try to worry about making a Plex from day one. You would be better off to just pay for a 3-month subscription and then switch to Plex after that. It is very much so not enjoyable when you're just starting out and have low skill points to be having to try to pound through that. They're also right that if you can find a good mining corp that has someone who has perfect boost, then you can mine and make quite a bit more money doing it that way. Our particular corp, our 99 character that you see on the screen, is a 100% perfect leadership booster. He can fly all of the high-end ships with Tech 2 boost at max, and that does help out our mining quite a bit. If you're looking for a good corp, unfortunately you're in Amar space, we can't come and get you. You would actually have to fly down to us, and we could get you in on some mining ops or just some missions to help you make some money. Mumbles is asking whether or not I have the mine link. Absolutely. It is one of the requirements that you have when you go to low sec as a mining booster, which is what I went as. It was not exceedingly difficult to get that all set up. What the hard part of that particular item was actually finding one. At the point when I put that implant in, it was almost 2 billion ISK just for that single implant. Now they're down to about 800 or 900 million ISK, and they would be a little bit cheaper to get into.
Okay, we are in the first room here. Lots of these guys. They are all close up. So I'm going to try to start by grabbing the frigates and getting them out of the way.
While you're working on the frigates because you're going to have a better time hitting them than I am, I'm going to go ahead and start engaging the few battleships and other ones that are here. Because I'll actually be able to do quite a bit more damage. The light's asking if one did join our corp, would they sell ores to the corp to sell or use, or would you be in charge of your own ore to sell? That's a very good question. We do typically leave that up to the specific miner. We do not have a set policy on that. There are mining totals when we are actually in production mode that we do like to see have met, but they are not a requirement. When we do buy ore, we do not buy at the current market average. It tends to be about 10% less, but we guarantee that we will buy every piece of ore that you happen to mine at that rate. That is one of the advantages of being in a corp, is that you can do that. And I have already lost a sentry. I just had a guard almost completely taken out, so I'm going to return it to the drone bay in a single volley from the cruisers that are inbound.
Yes, they are starting to take out my drones as well now. I have a hammerhead that is almost completely out of shields, so I'm going to have to recall mine.
And yep, that was a very expensive guard too that I just lost. That's okay. I can easily get another replacement. I actually think replacements were brought in earlier today so that I have some here with me. I just need to make sure that I can get back out here and get the 4 that I have relaunched and get back into trying to kill some of these smaller guys that are doing a lot of damage to us.
Yes, I will have to log on to another account in order to get you some of those extras that we got, because they were brought in earlier on a different account. Same one that we had actually run on yesterday, so...
Tenny's blaming Zalite. That's okay. It's not that big a deal. I don't actually fret over losing drones. It is just part of the game. I am very well used to it. I'm also used to losing very expensive stuff, so it's not a real big problem. We've made enough money back tonight that it's not a real big deal. If I would just sell a few tags, I could easily recoup the money that I would have lost at this point. Now, as we've started to get all the battleships here within range, I'm going to go ahead and launch out my wardens. The reason for that is this is Imperial, so their damage type is going to be a little bit better for these guys to get them off of our backs and quit hopefully shooting our sentries.
Now that I got that last frigate down, it had me webbed, so now I can get back to moving at full speed and start taking out these battleships.
Zalite's saying that he's been getting lazy and hauling his ore to Jeddah, so he's been losing a bit of ISK. In doing that, and having 3 million M3 stored up would be a bit of a problem to move. In our particular corp, we do have quite a few characters who can do what we call a chained run and take all of that in one haul to wherever you need it to go. It would just be something that would need to be set up. And yeah, like I said, you're more than welcome, Tenny, to join the corp. You would just need to apply. I can help you when we're done with the feed with that. Currently, I'm not going to stop and do that. I do apologize for that. Looks like if I don't watch it here, I'm actually going to lose a couple more drones because I'm still taking quite a bit of damage here on the ones that I have.
While 2 of the battleships are attacking me, I am taking out the cruiser, which is on you, and there is another battleship on you, which I am currently headed towards as well. So that will take out all the damage that is headed your way.
Yeah, one of the things you can do if you're hauling all of that in a station is to do missions for that particular faction. That way you can get your standings up to above 7.7. Once you're above that, you have 100%.
It's 6.67 is what it is.
That's right. I'm thinking of clones. If you are, 6.67 as Mumbles is pointing out, and 00 pointed out. As long as you're above that, you have perfect refine in that station. If you have perfect refine in that station, then you don't actually have to haul the ore. You can then haul just the minerals.
The minerals are quite a bit smaller than the ore itself, which makes it a lot easier to haul.
That's
Okay.
probably Transstellar Shipping is who that would be with. So we are ready now to move on to the next one. I am one guard short, which is going to drop my DPS quite a little bit, but we should be okay to move on to the next room. Do we have our salvager already running in?
He's stuck on the first gate, so he's here, but he warped in on top of it and is bouncing off of it, so I will have to maneuver him just a bit, and then he will be in. And I am ready to jump through to the next room whenever you are.
I'm going ahead and going on in now. Zillion Stole My Money is saying that he has a dyslexic keyboard. Well, some of us are just dyslexic by nature, so that's actually kind of funny. Yes, the bean counter implant is very, very nice. I actually have that, and I actually require that for my miners. There's also another one that I require for my miners that is the mining yield increase of 3%. That makes sure that we are getting maximum amount when we are running bonuses without a lot of ISK investment. Now, our corp does tend to pay for those so that you're not actually out of pocket on those, just so that you can get started on that. By the way, 00, I'm going to leave these ultras to you for the moment. I need to get out these guns out of the way.
That is fine. I will take the cruisers and battleship. You will probably have the guns destroyed before I'm even in range of the first one.
I've already got one down, working on the second one. Yeah, on my Navy issue dummy, I have the exact same thing going on. I can hit out actually to about 130k with mine on my Navy issue dummy. This particular ship does not allow me to put those bonuses in to get out that far. I'm just primarily using this one because it's a very good tanking ship for doing these kind of missions in the videos here. The other nice thing about a dummy is that you're able to use omnidirectional tracking links, which help make your sentries hit hit a whole lot better and at further range. Now this is the one where we do have to kill the gate. There are no other places to go through here. We just have to kill the Stargate out there. One of the things Mumbles is saying that it might be kind of handy to have a remote armor repper on me to help heal. That's true. I do have one on me. However, it happens to be a large, and I have to shut off one of my shield extenders to be able to turn it on. So I only typically do that after the fact when we're done running for the night if I'm just have the time. Otherwise, I just pay in the station. It's never typically that much, even if they're completely damaged, to repair them until they are in severe structure. Zillion Stole My Money is saying that, yeah, he sees Jaspit sites in his travels, but it's a catch-22 because it's very hard to find them. That's true. We happen to have a system that we are in that has those kind of belts about twice a day, and it's very, very nice to have.
Yes, even the neighboring systems get those probably once a day. So I know I run planetary stuff at one of the neighboring systems, and a lot of times when I jump over to empty out the planet, I will see either a Jaspit or a Kernite or something like that that has popped up there. So
He's saying that when he's in his non-mining ship is when he's finding all of those sites, but when he's in his mining ship, he hardly ever sees them. He sees a lot of drone sites instead. Yeah, that would get very, very annoying. I would have to agree. Zelight's also saying that he's been super lazy in his level 4s. He fits his high top slots with salvagers and tractors and did all the killing and salvaging in one go since he had a maxed skilled drone alt that kills everything at high speeds with just drones. Yeah, we could be doing that very easily if I was running an Adami. We would not actually need to have a salvager with us. It's just a little bit easier if we can focus on damage instead of having to worry about all of that at once. As you can see, we're already about halfway through this Stargate. My damage is about 500 per volley. Sometimes we're getting almost as high as 600. We still have lows in the 200s depending on the shot. It is not guaranteed what level of damage you are actually going to get done.
depending on how well my hits are, they are anywhere from 500 to 7. Well, actually, there was a 900. So it all depends on how good of a hit it is. If it's a wrecking shot or a glancing shot or whatever else, that is the one thing with guns, is you never quite know what you're going to hit it at. So there is a very large margin.
Mumbles is saying that he's surprised we're not bringing Orca out on these missions. Yeah, we do have enough tunes to do that. We actually have battle Orcas fit to be able to bring on missions like these that can actually tank some damage. It's one of those things where we could use the bonuses. It would be kind of handy to have some extra range or some extra damage or some extra shield. It's just not something that's absolutely required. I could currently switch 99 into our boost mode and raise up all of our damage and locking and all of that. It's just not something that we're actually concerned with right now because these missions are going fast enough without it. We would go just a hair bit faster with it, but it's not actually something that we have to have. Just a second here. How close is 99 to being into this room?
I actually just have to pick up these last 2 cans and then jump through the gate.
I'm going to go ahead and go dock up and get ready to get us part 5.
Warp drive active.
The light saying that he only has 1 account currently because he doesn't quite make enough to do it. That is one of the problems that we run into with Eve, is that sometimes you just don't make enough. And that's okay. But you're absolutely right. For the enjoyability of the game, you always want to make sure that you have enough money to actually play the game and that you're not always working the game. One thing that we want to make sure of that when we're playing is it doesn't always feel like work, that we're actually having fun, because you can get burned out on a game like this very, very easily, just like you can on any other style MMO that is very, very repetitive grinding. Mumbles is saying that he currently holds the Eve Orca speed record at 685 meters per second, self-propelled with no bumping involved. That is very, very quick for an Orca. I'm wondering what you bumped off of. If that was through normal means, that means you very much so lightened up that ship. Are you in that room so I can complete this?
Warping to it now.
Let me know when you land so I can finish it.
Oh, actually, I am still a room behind.
Okay, so we're going to be holding up here for just a minute since we didn't make any bookmarks in those rooms.
This one only has 3 wrecks and a can, so this will be fairly quick to salvage.
Mumble saying that there was no bumping at all involved. He started at 0 meters per second. Zelight is saying that a C6 wormhole and it gave 100% more speed, and that would definitely set records. You're right. That would probably be something that would have made that quite a bit easier. Mumbles is saying that he's going to have to go explore this new option. Wormholes are one thing that I would love to get into. It's not something that we have actually gotten into, just due to the sheer cost involved in getting there. We are not quite a big enough corporation yet to warrant sending a contingent, into a wormhole to make that work. And Zelight's absolutely right. It is extremely stressful when you're in a wormhole, and you do risk losing quite a bit if you get jumped in on by some of the wormhole roamers.
Apparently that was the last room. I forgot that there were only 3 ships in there.
Okay, so you did complete that, so I can go ahead and turn this one in.
Yep, that gate there will not be active until this next part. So
We are now ready for part 5 of 5. And this is still here local, and this time it is versus Calderi. It's also going to have Amar as well, just because of what it is. So we are just going to have to be ready to go. Now, we didn't see that big battleship in the last one, so it must be in this final part 5. And that's the one where we're going to have to tank a lot of EM straight away.
yes, the battleship, I believe it's either in the 3rd or 4th room of this part, actually does 1500 DPS of EM damage, and that can really tear you apart if you are not prepared for it.
Here I am going again and forgetting to repair. So I need to go ahead and repair up all my stuff here. And then see, without logging in someone else, if I can just pick up a guard 2 here. If I'm lucky, there's some here in station. If I'm not, we're going to have to actually call one in. There is one here. It's going to cost me 1.8 million. So some of that 10 million bonus that I got earlier from Mumbles is going to help pay for this. I just had Wasabi Eye Gorge pop open a trade window with a guard too. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. That makes it to where I don't have to spend anything. I do appreciate that. Oh, that was Mumbles as well. Thank you, thank you. It lets me get right back at it here and get this completed. So let me jump over here and get that loaded in my drone bay. And we'll go ahead and jump out here and we'll get to the next part of this. Now, 00, did you dock and get your drones repaired as well?
Yes, I already did, and I undocked quite a while ago, so as you can see, I'm just a little ways away.
Okay, we're now warping the squad into this location. I'm going to go ahead and reload my guns. I have not done that in a little while, but I also have not used them in a little while. Zoom out here because I don't like staring at the butt of my ship. This isn't a very pretty one for doing that with. This isn't like other MMOs where it's a nice girl's butt that you can stare at, so this is just a bunch of thrusters shooting out blue smoke.
I don't know. My Proteus has some nice curves to it.
Zelite's saying that things can go very wrong in a wormhole very quickly. If you lost a Nidhogger during an escalation, that is a very bad day. Losing a Raven at the same time is not as much fun either. But losing the Nidhogger is a very, very bad deal. I have been through a few escalations in low sec, and they can be very, very difficult to get through solo. I tended to take T3 ships just to cut down on DPS instead of capital ships. The only time I would take a capital is in the final volley. There's one particular mission, and I cannot for the life of me remember the name of it right now, that you can get as an escalation that has a station that you have to destroy that is shooting out very large missiles that do massive amounts of damage. And for that particular one, I did take my carrier to complete it, just to get it done as quickly as I could. And you're right, squeezing a capital inside of a wormhole is not easy. If you actually squeezed it through, that is amazing. It had to have been a C6 where you did that at. Normally, capitals are built inside the wormhole, just because it's much easier to have that done. Now we're jumping into this third room already. This should be where our big ship is at. Yep, this is where our big ship is at. I'm going to have to drop some drones very quickly and make this guy disappear, or it is going to be a very, very bad day for me.
I am just landing, and I will drop out my tracking disruptor drones and get them on him. That will hopefully help him miss more.
We've already taken out half of his shields. He just fired his first volley, and that first volley dropped me down 6% of my shields just that fast. Now, I do wrap up fairly well in this particular fitting. I'm doing roughly 130 hit points per second to my shield recovered, and as you can see, we've already popped him. He is already gone. So now we're just going to return our drones, and the only thing that leaves out is a couple of spider drones that need to be killed, and I can get those locked up here fairly quickly and make. Yes, a Nidhogger with 10 Guard 2s is very much so fun. I was flying a Thanatos with 14, and that is very, very much so fun. It is very, very quick to destroy things, and that's just the way we like it. Yeah, if you were in a C6, then a C3 would be very much too easy. I very much so like doing C1s. They're very easy to get through, they're very easy to do, and the salvage is very, very quick to get out when you find something. It's also not as damaging if you lose something because you can get out real quick, typically from a C1, and get back to high sec somewhere to get replacements. So now that we're done with this, we're going to go ahead and move on to the last room. The last room does have quite a bit more ships in it than what was in here. The primary damage, though, is going to be from the cruisers and frigates in this final room, but we'll be good to go. C2s with static high sec would be very nice. C4s I would not be so keen to get into, but that's okay. That's just me. I'm a little bit weird when it comes to that, so that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and drop out long range, and we're going to let We're going to let them start picking off these smaller guys before they get up here and can do a lot of sensor dampening and things like that to us. Hopefully we can get them taken out before they get here. 0-0, if you just hang back and wait for them to start to come in, that would be wonderful.
I can do that. Gives me a chance to actually pay a bit of attention to the salvager and get it into that last room we were in. So,
yes, if you have a C2 with a static high sec and a static to a C4, that is very much so amazing and will make your life in the wormhole much, much nicer, because then you have a very easy way to farm it. I'm already taking quite a bit of damage to one of my Warden 2s. Here in just a second, we're going to return that right about now before it goes into armor. And then we will pop it back out here in just a second to see if I have anybody close enough to use guards on. I don't, so we're just going to have to pop them back out now and hope that they have switched targets and they are not aiming for him. As you can see, even though it looked like I got him in before he took any damage, he did take half armor damage already, so we're going to have to get through this fairly quickly here.
I have, even though I can't hit them from this range, I did start firing on the guys on the left side there to try to start pulling them in. So this way we can move things along a little bit faster. Since you're taking damage from the guys on the right, I can easily hold the guys on the left. Unfortunately, I can't lock any of them now in order to fire or send drones on because they do have target jammed. So...
And yes, Mumbles, I do know that I can recall just the drone that's taking damage. I do tend to just recall them all just to try to get them to relock onto someone else so that I can get them all back out and back firing in a faster manner. I was a little bit slow there because I was trying to read the chat and make sure I'm not missing anything here. So I should be able to get the primary guy here that was attacking me out, but I'm actually attacking the guys on the left right now. I will be back to the guys on the right here in just a second and start knocking them down as well. Because I'm kind of attacking on both sides, just whatever happens to be close.
I'm just orbiting you, so this way I can let them get pulled in more before I start actually shooting them. This way it'll keep all our wrecks a little bit closer. They're not doing too terribly much damage to me. They're hitting with probably kinetic or thermal. I can tell they're hitting with kinetic missiles just by the explosions that's going on, which is my highest resist, so that is not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to me. Now I'll probably start taking more damage now because I'm going to go ahead and start heading in towards them, start taking some of these guys out a little bit faster, as right now I only have my drones working on them. So they are mediums, hammerhead 2s. Unfortunately, they have taken most of them out, so there is not a whole lot left. They were a ways out, so there was really no use in recalling them, as they would have just been sitting ducks flying straight away. I do have spares, so I'm really not too terribly worried about losing a few.
I'm actually having a hard time hitting right now. For some odd reason, I am not being able to hit the guys that are inbound. I also have 3 guys that I do not have on my list right now that I need to get on here so I can kill them. They are starting to do some serious damage to my sentries again here, so I need to get them all back in real quick and get that damage to knock off for just a second here, and then we're going to go ahead and drop out some new ones and see what we can do. Yep, I did see that I was about to lose one, that's why I was pulling it back in. And Mumbles, you're absolutely right, I do need to go ahead and flip this fitting to allow me to put on a small remote repper. That would definitely help in situations like this. I am pretty tight on this fitting just due to the way it's set up, but I should be able to fit something on there to allow me to remote rep. I'm going to hope my guards can actually hit this guy here at 42k. I've been having a problem hitting these guys tonight in this room right now. Hopefully I can start actually doing some damage and actually hitting some guys here. They're just at my guards' range, so it's going to be few and far between on the ones I can actually hit. But I need to let my others go ahead and recharge up their shields, so I need to leave them in for just a little bit before I switch back and try to get them back up and running. We're going to go ahead and return these guys because they apparently seem to have about a 55k range on them. So I need to get my long guys back out and start hitting these guys again. I'm just going to focus fire on the one that 0-0 is attacking just to get our damage up and try to get him gone so we can move on to the next one.
Yes, and they keep attacking my drones, and at this point, I'm really not caring if they live or die, since I've already seemed to have lost 3 of them in a fairly short span of time. So, it is what it is.
Mumbles, thanks a lot for that. I was wondering why the screen was still shaking. I'm still not used to all the graphical settings that are available right now, so I am still bouncing around trying to figure out which ones that we do have. Now I seem to be able to hit these guys quite a bit better, so I don't know if they were being sensor jammed or not. It is quite possible that the sentries were being jammed on their tracking from these Onis. So we're going to go ahead and get them off the field.
We still have a decent number of frigates out here too as soon as we start hitting this center bunch.
I have to agree, the camera shake is a little bit annoying at times. It does very much so annoy my wife. She does not like the camera shake at all, and that's okay. She doesn't play very often, and when she does, we don't really talk about it too much.
All right, Squeaky.
Yeah, sorry, just trying to readjust.
Okay, I've started firing on all the rest of these guys that are in the middle here, so they are all shooting at me now.
We'll go ahead and start dragging them all backwards.
yes, I see you are 85 or 60, 65k away now, so yeah, I might as well just turn around here, start heading that way, because I am right on top of these guys.
I actually don't mind the camera movement around. It helps make sure that I know what I'm looking at. It is kind of annoying, though, when you have someone else watching and they don't know what's going on. Now I've got 3 frigs in range. I'm going to go ahead and start popping them while they're at extreme range here before they get in close enough to start doing something bad. If I can actually hit them. I'm not sure that I can.
I will broadcast you which one is webbed, so this way they should be able to hit that one easier. And I'm now out of web range of that last one.
Active target.
And he is out of my range, so I'm going to tell my sentries to assist you, and when you start firing at something, my sentries are going to try to hit it as well.
Ah, he is attacking my drones. That is why he is no longer following. And these guys will probably both die before they get back. And there went one of them. And shields are done on the other. It's into armor. And he managed to get back, so I do have one safe.
And I'm now firing at that one, so I should be able to have him gone here in just a second. Maybe. I don't know. He's being a pretty hard guy to hit here. We just keep having miss after miss. And there he finally went. Maybe? No, he's just out of range. I can't lock him anymore, but I am still firing his general direction. There we go. Now we got good solid shots off, and now he is dead.
Yeah, he was for a little bit there flying away from us. So until he finally locked onto me again and started heading this way.
I went ahead and told my wardens to guard you, so now they're just going to start randomly attacking targets that I cannot currently lock, which will just help knock them down as they're moving in towards us, and make sure that they continue to keep firing without me having to worry about locking up targets. The only bad thing about that is I don't get to control which one they're firing at, so I do have to watch it just a little bit.
Yep, they are firing at the battleship currently.
Yeah, the Tamora is the one they are currently locked onto, which is the closest battleship to us. And since I can't lock it up, I can't even see where we're at.
It is half structure and almost dead.
Zelight 60, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that.
I'm finally back in range of these cruisers and can start taking them out. Apparently your sentries were helping because he died really fast.
Yep, like I said, they are in guard mode, so right now they're just shooting anything that moves that they can reach. Mumbles, you're absolutely right. I should have my Rex on a separate tab. Right now I have not reloaded my overview settings to set that up. I do have a full custom set that I have. I just do not have it on my machine since I've redone it since the last time I loaded it. Zillion Stole My Money says he's using Sarah's overview pack. If you have a link to that, go ahead and post that in the chat, would you please? Zelight saying, of course he favorited the feed. He's been enjoying the stream. which says a lot. Eve is not easy to stream enjoyably. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Eve is very difficult to stream enjoyably. It's not so bad when you actually have people who are interacting and you actually have people that you can talk with and get answers from. But there are ways to make it enjoyable, and that's what we're trying to do here. I'm going to go ahead and return my wardens, and I need to get closer to this Caldari manufacturing plant anyway, because right now I can't actually hit anything. So I'm going to get in a little bit closer on it, and then hopefully I can start shooting some of the cruise missile batteries and some of the other stuff.
I think I'm just going to start taking out the batteries, since now all the ships are on the other side of the station here, and I'm running into it trying to get to them.
And what I might do is when I get within range, I might just start shooting the station to get it out of the way and off your overview. At least until those ships get back within my firing range. Zillion stole my money. Thank you very much for that link. And Mumbles, we're not actually worried about our Caldari or Ammar faction standings. They are already absolute crap. So another 4% really is not going to bother us too much.
Yes, my other characters' Ammar standings are so bad that even with social modifier of, I think it's at level 4, she is still sitting at a negative 8.8.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Mumbles, that Jita is in Caldari space. However, I do have alts that are 100% neutral that can do full obelisk hauling. So those are the ones that go to Jita for me when I actually need something in Jita. There isn't very many times that I actually do need stuff from Jita, though. Most of the things that I need, I can actually get from Dodixie, because that is the closest trade hub to me, and the price differential is typically less than 5% of what I can buy it for in Jita.
I finally made it around this station, so I'm going to start taking out this cruiser below me. Then I will work towards those last 2 battleships. Probably going to put these wrecks a ways out for the salvager, so I will have to fly it out a little bit in order to pick these up. But that is not too terribly hard.
You could always just start flying directly towards me to try to bring those 2 in a little bit closer. And I'm going to go ahead and take out that last missile battery real quick here. Take me just a second to kill it. I've already got the manufacturing plant little of a third of the way through armor. We want to go ahead and get back to that. And then that just leaves 2 battleships left that I cannot lock yet because they are not in range.
I'm just going to fly back to the warp-in beacon, as that is about 25k past you, so hopefully that will bring them well within range fairly quickly. Though we know battleships don't move all that fast.
Nope, unfortunately these guys do not move very fast at all, and they are still in an orbit pattern way behind you. For me, they are still 86, and they seem to be going further away instead of getting closer, which is a little bit annoying.
Yes, they are 60k from me now, and they are probably going to be getting farther for just a little bit, because it does take them just a minute in order to readjust their orbits for some reason.
Yep, now they're starting to knock down. We're down to 84k on one. Once they get within 80, I can just tell my wardens to guard 0-0, and then they should start taking some damage. At this point, we are 3/4 through armor on the manufacturing plant, so we are starting to just pound through it fairly quickly here. Would be nice to have some extra damage on it, but right now we need to get these battleships closer so that our salvager does not have to spend so much time flying around.
Hopefully they are slowly getting closer. I tried to slow down a bit in order to maybe entice them to move a little bit faster.
They are down to 77k for me on one of them, and the other one is at 81k, so they are starting to get close enough for me to be able to shoot. I'm still working on the manufacturing plant, though, until they are within my lock range, and then I'll switch and start killing them directly. I want to welcome Grambo74 to the feed. You're catching us just at the end of In the Midst of Dead Space 5 of 5. We're on the last 3 pieces that need completed here to complete this set, and then we will actually be done with our feed for the evening. Ragano Paz, welcome as well. Now that they're in range, I'm going to go ahead and stop on the manufacturing plant for just a minute and go ahead and take out this Caldari Navy Timora.
Yep, Salvager will still probably need to fly a little ways in, as I'm going to estimate here about 25k from the warp-in beacon, so...
It is Zelite. It is actually a Noctis. It has an 81k range on the tractor beams. So it's still going to have to move just a little bit forward to be able to pick everything up.
Actually, with 99 skills, it is 96k. So if you have your science at 5 and using small tractor beams 2, that is the max range that you can get out of tractor beams on a Noctis.
So that Timora is already almost half dead. And then we're going to get on to the other Timora and get it popped as well. Once those 2 ships are gone, then the Noctis can go ahead and jump on in here and get started on cleaning up. There won't be any more ships that pop in.
As soon as you get that other one gone, I can also turn around and head back towards that manufacturing plant and actually start putting some damage on it so it will die a little faster.
You could go ahead and start flying that direction. By the time you get turned around, that guy should be just about dead. It's currently half shields and going down fairly quickly. And Mumbles, you're right, a T3 cruiser would be able to do that. You could get 1,200 meters per second out of the ship, plus the 1,200 out of the tractor beams, and do quite well. The nice advantage of the Noctis is with T2 tractors, it goes at 2,000 meters per second, which is just a hair bit slower, but it does allow you to sit in one place. If you have level 5 skills, then, like he said earlier, you're up to 96 kilometers. And that is typically enough to sit at any warp in and tractor everything in. This one might be just a hair bit different just due to the fact that we went quite a bit further in to try to hit everything. And there went the last one, so now the Noctis can go ahead and come in and get started.
Alright, Noctis has finally activated the gate, so he will be in just a second. And I will be on top of this manufacturing plant here shortly in order to start laying some damage on it.
And Mumbles is absolutely right. The Marauders do get a bonus to their tractor range and speed. They also get a bonus to web range and speed as well. But that is something where you're flying a very, very expensive ship. However, I'm not flying exactly a cheap one tonight. it's still not one of my favorite ships, so I don't like to do it. Mumbles and Zillion here are just bouncing back and forth, having a little bit of fun with each other.
Well, closest wreck on Warp In was 43K, but the farthest was only 85, so we were able to drag him in close enough that I won't have to move anywhere right from where Warp In was. So that is good.
Now, if he was one level back, he would have had to move in about 5 kilometers to get the last one in range, but that would have been the maximum extent of movement. Yep, you could steal the loot quicker. The only problem with trying to steal the loot from a wreck is that then you are then flagged globally now, and we would be able to shoot. As you've seen, I can take out a cruiser fairly quickly, so you had better have a very, very good tank on it. Although I will give you a heads up, I don't normally shoot loot thieves. Part of the reason for that is then you are just getting yourself baited into a fight that you don't really need to get involved in. Yep, sentries do have a hard time hitting if you're flying in too close. However, in a lot of cases, that too close is, for me, less than 15 kilometers. If it's that close already, I've already salvaged the wreck. Do you want to have 99 go ahead and bring in that container that's at 66 kilometers, and let's see what we get out of it?
Yep, I will lock that up and have him draw that in.
And let's see if we get something better tonight than reports. I'm hoping for something decent, but you never know. Let's see what we get out of this one. So we're taking bets on what's going to be in it up until the time that he actually opens it. So if you win the bet, then you win whatever's in it. Last night, I think the bet was on whether or not it had scrap metal in it. Zillion says that it's 100 reports again. The light saying he just absolutely never gets anything good out of the level 4s.
And it is 100 garbage.
So no one is the winner again tonight.
Why they would have that much garbage in there, who knows?
Mumble saying that he's getting sick and tired of playing can filler from the exploration sites. I've yet to do one of the new exploration sites to actually see what that's like. I wasn't real happy that they made it a mini game versus just using the modules that we already had in system and in the game. But I'll just have to see what it looks like to see whether or not that's actually any fun. Now that's interesting. I never would have thought of that. And Zelight's saying that you can use a cargo scanner on those exploration sites to see what's in it to decide whether or not you want to play the minigame to get what is in it. So that's a very handy piece of information for anybody who's doing that. I'm going to go ahead and dock up here because I don't actually need to pick up anything and get this turned in, and that will actually be the end of our feed for the evening.
Warp drive active.
I do hope you guys enjoyed it tonight, and we provided some form of entertainment while you were doing something else in your life, be it either playing EVE or another MMO or just watching for the evening. Like I said, if you did enjoy this feed, please feel free to add us to your favorites list. Also, be sure to check out our YouTube channel where we post these videos on a nightly basis. It is youtube.com/users/acid here. We do appreciate the hits out there as well, and the people that subscribe on YouTube also get notices in their email immediately as soon as I post a new video about what we did and how we were going for the evening. You don't get that as much on Twitch. You only get notified on Twitch when I am starting my broadcast. So I do appreciate all you guys being with us tonight. Let's go ahead and turn this in. And it looks like I already got a storyline mission. We'll take it up for a vote. Who wants us to run the storyline mission before we log off for the evening? Just X up in the chat and we'll decide whether or not we run it. We've got a vote from Mumbles to do it. Zillion says it'll be a crap Veldspar thing. And Tenny says, yes, do it. Zelite's up for doing it, so I guess we're going to go ahead and do it. That's 4 people, so that's worth sticking around and doing it for. So let us see what this is offering.
My guess is courier.
Actually, we get to go kill something.
Wow. That's rare.
Kill missions on these are not generally very high. The one advantage of a kill mission is that it is going to give us quite a bit of a boost in our faction standings. So we're going to go ahead and run it. It's only 1 jump over and against Serpentis. Yep, I'm hoping the loot's going to be good, Zillion. Next bet is going to be if it's Veldspar. Well, unfortunately, this one's not going to be Veldspar, so we're just going to go run it real quick. I do have to fly over there to accept it, though. I have to jump over to that system and get to it. So we're going to set destination and go over there. Oh, you'd like to see my standings beforehand. Okay, well, we can do that. Give me just a second here, and I'll bring up my standings here. The ones that are going to go up on this one are going to be the Galente Federation, which I'm currently at a 2.46 with my skills, and the Minmatar Republic is also going to go up with this one, and I'm at a 1.98. Now, the actual standings that you need to be able to put up a POS are going to be the ones that are not effective. They are going to be your actual base standings, which for me is a 1.8 and a 1.28. Yep, I can show you the transactions on that. And you can see that the last one that I did was on the 28th, and I only got a 0.69% increase. When we're done with this, I'll do that again and show you what it actually is and what we actually got out of the fighting mission. So if you'll bear with me, let's get over there and we'll get this done real quick.
Fighting missions for the faction ones are the ones you want because they pay out the most on your increase. Generally, they are between 18 and 28%, depending on the level of it. So those are really the ones that you're looking for. Most of the rest, especially the couriers and the ones that just wanting ore, don't pay a whole lot.
You wanted to see the Caldari drops. These are the ones from tonight that we've done. We lost 4.8%, maybe 4.9% total tonight just on that. So it was quite a bit of a drop just doing this 5-part mission, and that's okay. That just happens to be the way that goes. If we look at our AMR, we should also have a drop from tonight of all kinds of 2.4% drops from every AMR ship kill that we actually did. I can bring up the details on one of those 2.4%, and it will actually tell you that we were destroying the Stargate, and that gave us that 2.4% drop.
I have 6 2.4% drops from just tonight. It looks like all of them were ship kills, so I don't remember exactly which ships those would have been, but those are all listed as ship kills.
Mumble's saying that we're bad boys, very, very bad boys. That is correct. When you're fighting against other factions, you do take a lot of loss. This particular mission set is one of the largest losses that you can take. It is very, very hard to recover from when you're talking about losing 20% in a single night. It takes quite a bit to bring that back up if you're trying to keep stable. If you're trying to keep an overall average set, you do not want to even accept that mission set. I'm going to dock up here and grab this mission, and then we'll go ahead and go out and run it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Is the mission here in system, or?
Yeah, it is here in system.
Okay. So I know where to get the salvager to.
Already accepted, and I'm undocking. If you just want to warp to me once I'm outside the station, then we can just depart from there.
Apparently I warped to you when you were about 3,000 kilometers from the station. So I will be there in just a second.
Not a problem. There you are.
And I'm out of warp, so you can send us whenever you're ready.
Warping us in now. We're jumping in directly at 0. So he beat me into warp here. I'm directly behind him. I will be following up here. That should mean that if this is a non-gated one, that he's going to take the damage first. The light saying that he's going to think about joining our corp with his mining tune. He's just still in his old corp, so he doesn't get tossed into a starter corp and get taxed. Even when we were in our own corps, we liked to do those. We liked to be in our own corp because then we could set the tax rate, and it just ended up becoming a savings area. Thus, the reason why we have a 10% on ours right now is that it's just for savings.
Okay, it was gated. I'm already in the first room, and not a whole lot of ships here, so
This might go relatively quickly.
Unless there are triggers, this is going to be fairly quick.
It was a low pay one, so that's not going to be real surprising. Total payout was only about 1.8 million, so it's not going to be much. And I've already taken all the aggro directly onto me, which is fine. I'm going to go ahead and start popping the ships that are out here. As soon as I'm done with this first one, I'm going to take out the missile battery, and then I'm going to let 00 take care of these frigates that are coming in real fast here. and we're going to go from there.
I just sent my drones onto the missile battery, and I am switching my guns now onto the frigates.
I'm working on the things that are a little bit bigger since I have my sentries out already, just to try to make this get through here very, very quickly.
These frigates are dying fast enough that I'm only getting one gun activated before they actually pop.
That's kind of funny, actually. So, Light, if you're mining 3 to 4 million M3 and ore per month, idly, we would gladly accept that. That would help get our production back up and running, and we can very much so make that worth your while. These looters happen to be worth 1.2 million on one of them. One is at 800,000 and the other one is at 543. And excuse me, it's Colonel Bat Guano. So hopefully he has something good when he dies, since he's an actual named player.
I'm hoping he doesn't drop guano, because that's gonna suck.
I'll pretend I know what that is and that it's funny.
Guano is crap. And that is exactly what he dropped. Crap.
Did he not drop anything at all?
Empty wreck.
Ah, bastard didn't even give us anything good.
Salvager warped into the gate there and landed right on top of it, so I'm going to have to maneuver him a little bit in order to be able to get in here.
That's okay, we're just getting through we have 2 battleships yet to go. We're trying to get through those here. If my guards would quit missing, we would be through here.
Yep, I am trying to speed my way through this maze of rock here in order to get into optimal range of this looter.
And yeah, we have perfect refine at over 70 stations in Galente and Minmatar space. We don't have perfect refine anywhere near Jita or Caldari space.
I have one character that is close, but still needs a couple of more faction missions before that will happen.
Now I see a bunker out here, so I want to go ahead and pop it just to see what it's going to give us. If we get lucky, we get some kind of arms or something out of it. If we don't get anything at all. And it looks like we didn't get anything at all out of that one. Went ahead and popped the Megathron that was partially produced out here, and it's now gone. So if our salvager's already in here, I'm going to go ahead and turn this in, and then we're going to see what our standings increase was.
Salvager's in warp now, so either keep popping stuff till he gets there, or go ahead and head back. Your choice.
I'm going to go ahead and head back because there wasn't anything else there besides junctions and walls.
All right. Now, there was a can that dropped. Did you need anything?
I don't actually think that I had to turn in anything for this particular one. I think we just had to destroy everything. Yep, it's complete, and all we had to do was destroy everything. We still have 2 hours and 22 minutes, which means it was a 2.5 hour timer. It took us about 10 minutes to complete that one.
Docking request accepted.
So we're going to go ahead and turn this one in here. and complete that mission. And we're going to go ahead and split it evenly. If I had done that solo, I would get a much higher standings increase, but that's okay. So if you look at my Galente standing now, we got quite a high increase from that. We got an 8.5% increase in our Galente faction standings. So now I'm at a 2.5%. And if we look at the Minmatar standings as well, we should have something, just not quite as high. As you can see on the Minmatar one, we only got a 5.93% increase. Now, if you were doing Caldari, you would also get an Amar increase. If you're doing Amar, you'll get a Caldari increase. If you're doing Minmatar, you will get a Galente increase. I should raise my social skills, but with this particular character, I'm not actually interested in doing that. I am more interested in the base numbers than I am the other numbers, because that affects our corporation's ability to move our POS around if we need to. That's the reason why this account and 00 are out here tonight. We are trying to get those standings up. Now, 00, you might give them a heads up of what you actually got in those standings increase, because it will be a little bit less than what I got if I remember right.
Well, actually, the Federation standings, the faction standings, are not shared. So I did not get anything for Galente. I have not checked Minmatar, but I don't think I get anything for that either. No, I did not. So all I got was for the Fed Navy, which was who we ran the mission for, and that was a 0.57% increase.
And I, as the person who got the mission, got a 24.4% increase, which raised mine to an 8.81. It is just almost high enough to be able to do jump clones all on his own. I don't think I can do them until I have a 9. I might be wrong in that one, but I do believe it's a 9.0 before you can get jump clones.
I don't remember exactly what it is. I know it used to be an 8. I don't know if it's still that or if it's 9 now, as they're always changing things.
He's saying that it's at an 8.0, and it does appear that that is correct, because it would allow me to install a jump clone here if I had the spare space for it. Yeah, as you guys can see, that my security status is a 5.0, so I'm about as high as I can get up at that point. There are ways for me to get that stuff running, but at a higher level. And you're right, if I got my social skills up, it would pay out even better on the LP and things like that. However, like I said, right now I'm not all that concerned with that. We're just trying to run through these and just get them done. But as you can see, we got that one all done. We are completed. We're going to go ahead and jump back, and then we're going to go ahead and end our feed for the evening. As it is getting on to be almost 1 a.m. our time, I've been up about 20 or 21 hours at this point, so I'm getting very, very tired. So did we get any kind of good salvage there?
I did not look to see what we were sitting at before, but the loot in the salvager right now is sitting at 77.4 million. And I had emptied it out earlier from the 109 that we had. So we have had a decent last 2 days. I'm not seeing any items that really stick out as far as ones that are worth extreme amounts. We've just got a bunch of items worth 100 to 300,000. There are a few of the lasers that we have gotten from the Amar ships that are worth a couple million. Mostly what all we've got that is worth a lot is all the tags.
Yeah, it's the biggest reason we do this particular set is for all the tags. The tags are very, very handy when you need to trade in for specialty guns, or if you're just selling them in general. It's very nice to have those tags because they're worth quite a bit, and when you get a stockpile of them, it can be a massive boost to your monthly income. So that's one of the reasons why we do this and we don't worry about it. I actually am not noticing that I like it any less or any more with the camera shake on or off. It's kind of just a preferential thing, I do believe. For the feed, though, it's probably a little bit nicer to not have the camera shake on, as it makes the frame generation a little bit cleaner. Zillion, you have a good morning. I'm glad you're already on your Saturday. I will be enjoying mine here in just a few hours when I get back up for breakfast with my kids. But you do have a good night and fly safe.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
As for the rest of you guys, I hope you have a good night and do fly safe. We wish you the best and hope to see you again on our next feed. Good night, guys.